Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Tuesday, July the 9th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. You guys can hear me and see me or see my screen in the main room. Maybe somebody in our YouTube. Thank you, Torty. All right, guys. So, wow, SNGX. This is the crazy one so far today. SNGX, the crazy one so far today. Today. Jumping on positive interim data from late-stage cancer therapy trial and a very low float. Now we have, I think somebody said the float was 4 million. Whatever it is, I mean, we have a little under 1 million. Very, very low. And let's see if the 200-day moving average is up here at 832. So we'll have to see if it has any sort of a pullback. I'm sure a lot of those of you who got up early enough could have traded this one for sure. Meanwhile, guys, I didn't have this on my list, but Northeast, that's what she is saying. NNE is just getting hammered here. NNE just getting pummeled here. $30 down to 25. I don't know, just a lot of profit taking. A lot happening this morning. PEGY. Now, before I keep going, Greg, did you go through the 10 short videos? Okay, because a lot of what's in that in the channel, there are top lists, there's races, and hopefully you went through the 10 short videos, because a lot of, in general, explain what a top list is, what you're looking at. Okay. I'm talking to Greg in our main room. QURE. Now this could be another one. I mean, it already is. Now the only difference is this one, for me anyway, a lot of shorts available, 5.4 million available at Interactive Brokers. The other one, SNGX, no shorts available. This one also had some news, updated interim data from genetic disease study. There's an offering. That's what it is. Okay, thank you, Rob. I did not see that. So NNE is an offering. Just give me a moment. No, I don't see it yet. I'm sure it must be there. It must be there, but I do not see it yet. I'm talking about my headline news for NNE, or headline news, and specifically for NNE. Don't see it here yet. Meanwhile, SNGX getting closer and closer to the 200-day moving average. Right there, that is the 200-day moving average, 838. Well, there are other things. ZAP, ZAPP, it is starting to fade a little bit here. It's still up a lot. That's up 34%. Of course, this was the big one yesterday. ZAP, ZAPP, still up 33%, but it is fading a bit here from 15 down to 12. SNGX, no stop yet. WENA, WENA, this is active today. Of course, a few days ago, this went crazy, got up, crazy, but it got up to 5. Ever since then, it has fallen. And I don't know about this one. I mean, it got up to 344, and it's pulled all the way back down to 188. Well, I don't know about a swing. Okay, Gordon, in our YouTube room, I mean, we have a swing channel. I can't tell you if it's the best, but we do have a swing channel. If you click on new and then dock channel bar, and then where is it? Well, we have Trader's Eye, which are swing ideas, I guess. That, and swing picks. We have a couple of channels that somewhat devoted to swing ideas and swing picks. You can try those. Okay, Gordon, in our YouTube room. I don't have anything. I personally don't have anything specifically for that. INDV, guys, this is not an earnings play, but they've guided poorly. Look at this. Big drop down now. So it's lowering their FY24 guidance. So it's not technically an earnings play. They don't release until July 25th, but it may as well be. INDV, big gap down. HELE is another earnings play, guys. Starting to get a few now. HELE is another earnings play. Just got hammered down. Wow, $90 down to 64. Another earnings play, HELE, sorry. JNVR, let's see if it's still holding its gains. Yeah, not really. Got up to $1.46. It's at $1 now, still up 30%. Here is another one. Can I find it? APLD, another one that is kind of a guidance by preliminary results. APLD down 10%, releasing preliminary results. Their earnings is not again until July the 31st, but they're releasing preliminary results today. Now, GVH, is it still up? GVH, another one that just sort of sneaking in as I was opening the room. GVH, a lot like the other one that I just talked about. Now, the JNVR got up to $1.40, and now it's pulled back down to $1. Now it says the inclusion of New Zealand Post as one of its last mile delivery suppliers in New Zealand. Okay, so that's your news for GVH. And Iran now, so Bitcoin is having a little bit of a surge here, a little bit. I wouldn't call it a huge surge, but Iran, a Bitcoin play or crypto play, Iran, IREN. Now, Greg, if you're still listening, what time is it now? 9:07. Okay, so let me just take a look. You're talking about the as an example, the Trader's Eye. Okay, so if I click on the Trader's Eye, now one thing you can do, all these windows. So, for instance, the swing watcher, okay, or the swing. So if you right click on the window and then, so for instance, swing trade ideas. Right click on that alert window and click on configure. It's going to tell you what it's looking for. Not much. I mean, it's only 5-minute highs. There are no other filters in place. Okay. But the swing watchers, again, right click, configure. Yeah, really, there are hardly any filters in here at all. It might be a symbol list, in fact, in here. Might be a symbol list that let me just see. Again, if you're brand new, I mean, a lot of this, I'm probably confusing you. Yeah, so this is a symbol list that I guess Andy has created, put in here, and so it's only going to follow these symbols as an example. Okay. But for instance, here in this particular one right here, what I'm looking for, if I right click, I'm looking for stocks that are at least 50 cents, minimum volume 10,000, up 3% from yesterday's close. This is all in the pre-market, of course. Once I load my the layout that I'm going to use when the market opens, the filters will be a lot tougher. But that's typically, if you see a top list window or an alert window, you right click and configure, and it's going to tell you what it's looking for. Okay. That's sort of a general. That's just sort of a general idea of what goes on. But I really recommend that you take a look at, again, I'm going to put in my my home page. if you haven't already done it. And anybody new. So if you click on my homepage link, one of the things you'll see, trading, oh, sorry, getting started, okay? Now you may not have to do them all. You may have already downloaded and installed, but the downloaded install, your first startup and login, toolbar and right click magic. I was talking about how, right clicking on things, bringing up a context menu. But right here, important introduction to scans, top list windows and alert windows. I think that's the first thing anybody should do if they've taken out a subscription. Volume profiles. Not sure we know what you mean by that. If it's nothing within trade ideas, I don't use it, Gordon. Okay. What do I think of volume profiles? If it's not within trade ideas, I don't use it. Only thing I use all my indicators or whatever I'm using to find things is if it's not in trade ideas, then I don't use it. So when you say reestablish the AI feature, Greg, are you a premium subscriber? Okay, so this is all I would do. Click on new from our toolbar, and we have three that start off with premium AI. I picked the middle one, premium AI strategy trades window. This is what you're going to see. Okay. And this, in my opinion, is all you should look at. You can go to the channel, but I think it's overwhelming. Okay. Just all you should see, all you really should want to track are the alerts as they happen. Notice it's blank. Okay. You'll get no alerts until at least 9:40, and that is by design. That doesn't mean we're going to get an alert at 9:40, but that's the earliest. Oh, you're not premium. Well, okay. Well, then if you're not premium, that's what you have to do. You have to upgrade. You have to upgrade to a premium. But for those of you who are premium, I will keep going. The other thing I would do in the filter box, where if it doesn't say none, I would hit that little down arrow and uncheck. Probably says it's probably profitable trades are checked. What I would do is uncheck it. My opinion is to follow the alerts all day long. Okay. All right, guys. So SNGX is still had a little bit of a pullback. So William, you short HELE right off the bat, okay? And this is looking at the lifetime range. Wow, you know what? I mean, this is close to a lifetime low. I mean, it's in the only 5.3% in the range. So it is close to a lifetime low, HELE, and this is an earnings play. All right, guys, 9:14. Let me take a look at the major sectors and see what's happening. So I'm just going to mute myself just for a bit. Okay, so what you're seeing here, interesting. Look at energy, guys. So this is what I thought might happen yesterday. With the hurricane disrupting the area in the Gulf Coast. But anyway, XLE is the main ETF for energy, and 95% in red. That means that 95. Actually, I thought it would be the other way around. With oil prices perhaps going up because of the disruption. Anyway, 95% in red means that 95% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. Okay. And I'm just looking to see if there's some kind of an outlier. An outlier for me would be, for instance, if How was up, 2 or 3%, really going counter to a sector, that would be really interesting. But I don't really see anything that is, sticking out. Now, I know a lot of you guys play UNG. This is the natural gas fund. I don't know what block is, BLOK. So I'm just kind of looking at anything that is utilities, NRG. I see Nvidia is up this morning. All right, so nothing. Just interesting right now. Energy stocks are the weakest sector by far to start. Doesn't mean they're going to be like that all day, of course. Yeah, it's a big bounce for NNE. Can't blame that. Still don't see the financing news. Interesting. Usually, Interactive Brokers is pretty good with news, but I still cannot see the financing news. All right, let's see if anything else is kind of sneaking in here that I didn't talk about. This Milagro MLGO. No, it's not Milagro, but MLGO. So, a few days ago, of course, is nonsensical, got up to almost $26, is plummeted since then. Trying to have a bit of a recovery, 11% up this morning. And how many shares? Yeah, a lot of shares, 320,000 shares. China stock. Okay, so the high last week was 1588 or so. So, Greg, again, if you want to, you have to go to accounting, and if you want to increase your membership, up your membership to premium, they can help you. I can't help you, but I can give you a link to go to accounting if you want. Okay. So if you click on my homepage link, okay, click on my homepage link. I just put it in there, and need help, okay, where it says need help, and then click on the ask, and then click on the chat, okay? And give them your email address so they can look up your account and explain what you want to do. You want to up your membership from standard to premium, okay? And they'll look after you. Okay, so again, click on the need help, click on the ask, and then the chat. Oh, you also send an email? Okay. This is probably quicker, that's all. All right, VC. Yeah, so this was an IPO. Got up to what, 1450? Sort of remember this one, IPO a couple of weeks ago. Good morning, Saeed. All right, so the SNGX is still looking good. Just a minor pullback, really. 739 down to 706. Let's see what it does if it can, man, if it gets through that 200-day moving average, then your next high is 978 and your fantasy level is way up here around 15. I mean, it had the news is eye-catching. Oh, I've no. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you're asking me regarding Zap. Nobody really knows. Okay. I mean, I know people ask those sort of questions a lot. Do we think this is going to happen or not? Hard to answer a question like that. I mean, all you can really do is take a look and, kind of look left a little bit and see, well, okay, if it wanted to keep moving, Zap as an example, the next high is $17. Okay. Doesn't mean it's going to get there, but at least there's no chart resistance for Zap. Okay. Doesn't mean it's going to get there. And here's your pre-market high. It probably has to take out that pre-market high. And this all started back here on the 8th. I'm sorry, that's not true. That's not correct. What date was that? It started here. I mean, back on the 13th. So not quite a month ago. That's when Zap got really interesting around this area. And then yesterday, this was the reason for this move yesterday, following a report that showed sales in China for internal combustion engines cars fell faster than ever or than expected. I don't know. I mean, this had nothing really specific to EV, but this is the sector they're in. So that's all it took. Okay, that's all it took, unless there was something else specifically relating to Zap. But that's all it took to get it rolling. It's a very low float. All right, guys, I'm going to get the layout that I'm going to use once this market opens up and running. So let me do a couple of things here. Okay, guys. Now, who says I'm sleeping on Cure? Who says that? All right, let me just get this arranged a little bit better. All right. So, yeah, I mean, Cure now over 6, QURE. No, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. Pre-market doesn't count. And William, you're doing well on your HELE so far. And I will be paying a lot of attention to the gap continuation or reversal scan. And I've upped the price range to 75, I believe. 75, yeah, 50 cents. I probably should up that also. But anyway, max now 75. So if you have this from my homepage, I had a max of $30. You can keep it there, or you can adjust the price range if you want. It's just chart reading, Gordon. It's not so much signals. I mean, I get my alerts, and I'm more of a momentum player. I like to see things near the high or the low of the day. So when I click on an alert, that's typically where they are, and then I just check left on a daily chart, weekly chart to see how much room the stock has to run. That's kind of how I make up my mind. I don't really. I will play. I will look. I'm looking at pullbacks a little bit more because of the races. Once, but I'm not a big pullback player. Keep an eye on the also keep an eye on the ANVS guys from yesterday. ANVS. You see what it's doing right now. ANVS was a big one yesterday, of course. Thank you, William. Less than a minute. Yeah, less than a minute now to the open. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. So ANVS, it's yeah, not doing too much. Only it's down 25 cents, but of course had a big day yesterday. It may have a continuation again. Okay, we are now open. Okay, let's see if I'm getting any here. Okay, so no, I did see BP was down this morning. I'm not sure why. Weaker margins, reporting its Q2 trading lower. Okay, weak oil prices, something to that effect. Yeah, EXFY did not see that. Wow, no kidding, Pop. Didn't see this in the pre-market. Didn't do anything in the pre-market. Nothing. Through the 200-day moving average, EXFY through the 200-day moving average. Remember this? Well, a couple from yesterday, guys, are still alive here. MYO, this was an AI alert yesterday. MYO, so still tacking on some gains here. MYO. And also, I can't see it right now, but NIU. NIU is another one that was active. It wasn't an AI play, but yeah, NIU is another one tacking on more gains. Okay, JNVR. So it's making a market high, but that's a pretty big pullback from the pre-market high, 146, right back down to $1. Peggy PEGY, another one that pulled back pretty severely from 260 down to 180, but it is moving again higher. And we have our first halt of the day, guys. SDST, and this is what is this? Okay, this looks like a SPAC that started trading in it as SDST. Well, maybe not. I don't know what's going on with this. It can't be an IPO. So thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Draw. So this was a SPAC. You can usually tell because the stock starts trading for the first time in the pre-market. Usually that means it's a SPAC. All right, let's take a look at EXFY, and why it might be moving. I cannot see any news. It's not a low float, 57 million in the float out of the Netherlands. Don't see any specific news on it. It is shortable for me. Wow. It is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, 2.5 million available. Not that I want to short it right now, but it's interesting to me that it is shortable. But I cannot see any news on it. Draw. Did you get into LBPH yesterday? I think you were gone when I posted that. It was about 15 minutes before the market closed. I came back into the room and asked LBPH. Oh, here we go. Now ANVS. Okay, halted on the way down. Halted on the way down. And this is actually it's shortable. I for me at Interactive Brokers. I think yesterday. I don't think I had shorts yesterday for this one. ANVS. All right, let's take a look at. So here's GME. Okay, GME. A little bit of a move here for GameStop. From yesterday, guys, is GLW. This was an earnings play, and it was awesome. I know some of you guys were in it. Earnings play yesterday. It was basically didn't quite close at the high of the day, but it was up most of the day before a little pullback at the end, and a continuation now. A continuation on earnings today for GLW. And this is another active one, LGVN. Active a couple of weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, got up to 420. Okay, what's this? Okay, so Another, a little bit of a disconnect again in the markets. We've got the Dow down, SPY's up, NASDAQ's up. So the Dow's down a little. Okay, well, there you go, William. I hope you held on. Here's your HELE on the way down here. I hope you held on. Come on. All right, this is turning. Well, BPH guys, you guys know my feeling about it. So you didn't hold on. Okay, guys, now I'm just waiting for the, I have a delay on this one, okay? 15-minute delay. I put that on purpose. Sometimes these stocks, again, this is the gap continuation or reversal scan. There are 4 alert windows in here, scans in here. And the problem with having it active right off the bat, you get stocks to just move up and down, up and down, up and down. So I'm trying to get more of a steady, wow, look at, sorry guys, I mean, you've got to know LBPH is probably my favorite. I don't know if I mentioned this one when I was talking in the pre-market, second on my list, but JMIA, I'm not sure. I don't think I mentioned it. I know I didn't, because now I'm seeing benchmark has a $14 price target on it. I can't. It's taking a while for the feed to load, but they have a $14 price target on it. Doesn't mean it's going to get there, of course. The next high looking left is around 1058 on the daily chart. All right, guys, it's 9:39. So as I said before, the earliest you'll get an alert for NRAI is at 9:40. Doesn't mean you will get one at 9:40, but all right. So ANVS was halted on the way down. Now this, I may have been wrong. I don't see any shorts available, and when I saw there was like 600,000, so there, it must have been a residual from some other stock I was looking at. I think no shorts available now. Interactive Brokers. This is another one that was moving yesterday, guys. The NUWE was moving yesterday also. Look at this move it had at the end of the day. This was the 330 candle. I mean, look at that move. It pulled all the way back. All right. Speaking of the AI, if you've got it, you've got a couple. And again, how you trade it, if you trade them, up to you. Nope, Gordon, I don't use the IB charts at all. Of course, in our YouTube room, I don't use the only charts I use are the trade ideas charts. So I really don't go outside our program at all. Obviously, I have to with to have a trading platform, but a broker's platform. But other than that, I do not go outside our platform at all for anything that I don't have to. Here's another one, guys. I just popped into the momentum scan, KYMR. Now, so on a weekly chart, the next high, 36.86. So it's above that. So it looks like the next high is 39.63. No, Zap got halted, obviously on the way down. Yeah, Zap got halted on the way down, ZIPP. So KYMR, guys, big move now. Let's see. B. Riley maintained coverage with what sort of price target did they put on it? $36 price target. Well, it's hit that price target and more. And then we're going to present in a fireside chat at the UBS Virtual Targeted Protein Degradation Day. That would be on July the 15th, so the next week. Arlo. Wow, look at Arlo go here, guys. Another one that I didn't really see in the pre-market. Probably was the volume. But look at Arlo. Lots of action here, guys, early. Boy, Arlo on the move here, guys. See if there's any news. Arlo exceeds 4 million paid subscription accounts. I don't know why it might be an overload in the data, but it's just a little lagging here. But anyway, AI powered subscription service has surpassed a milestone of 4 million paid accounts. Okay. I don't know how much that means to them, but obviously not a bad thing. Here's another one. LRMR, not a lot of action in the pre-market. In fact, none in the pre-market. LRMR, next high looking left is around 945, 950. Probably a low float. Not well, actually not 41 million. Not low, not high. Okay, give me a moment. All right, guys. KYMR, KYMR. Piggy's not shortable for me. This is showing up on the gap up and reverse scan, but it's not shortable for me. All right, so Zap resumed. All right, EXFY just showed up also on that gap up and reverse scan. A lot of shorts available, 2.4 million available at Interactive Brokers. At Interactive Brokers. I'm in this one. It's probably going to be a quick scalp. Tank, good morning. Okay, guys, man, lots of action here. Lots of action here. Huge move now for the KYMR. And getting right into that next high in the daily chart. That red line you see, you can't see it. I'd have to back out the daily chart, but it would be the week of here of May the 13th. One day in that week, there was a daily high right there, and it's into it now. And that is the KYMR. Boy, I'm too slow. I may just have to dedicate myself to this gap continuation or reversal scanner for a while because I'm being tugged in different directions. So for instance, here's the KYMR. I know it was an AI play also, but there's 37.98 and it got up to, before it pulled back at all, almost $2 from here. Not quite. I'm really want to pay attention to this. What a comeback for NNE, guys. What a comeback. I mean, it got as low as $25, $25.51, back up to 29 now. I see you from yesterday. Well, not just yesterday, but really starting back here, June the 20th, not long ago. Look at this, was a $4 stock, 12.63 now. Okay, Weena, I haven't had a chance. I know that Shady said he took Weena, WENA. Haven't had a chance to look at anything really, other than a few things in my continuation or reversal scan. Edward in our YouTube room is saying COS has news. I haven't seen COS at all. Haven't seen it pop. So yeah, okay. COS granted a U.S. patent for acoustic systems and flexible earpiece mounts. So that is KOSS. Okay, so INDV is a gap down and reversal potential play, guys. All right, so obviously a huge gap down. This is, remember why. Okay, slashing full year outlook. It's not an earnings play technically, but I guess they're prepping the market that it's not going to be good. Way too fast. Way too fast. Here was an alert right there. 714 SNGX, but it, it was way too fast. I was all set to hop on it, but it's way too fast. And now it's halted on the way up. SNGX halted on the way up. Well, let's have some fun with this one. You can see, excuse me, this first time I'm going to show this one today. This is SNGX. There's the halt, 755. This column here is showing the potential of where it could open when it comes out of its halt. Now, of course, if you're in this one, you want this column, you want this number to be larger than the 755 halt price. Now, that number doesn't have to remain, of course. It's going to, usually they're 5-minute halts. So if it is, it'll open at 9:56 plus 26 seconds. It's not looking, well, it's hard to say. I mean, this is, you can see it flipped. Now it's 770, 769. 30 seconds ago, it said 688. So, I mean, it's all over the place. All right, guys, I got out of my EXFY short basically flat. Made a couple of pennies on it, but no big deal. There's other stuff to really concentrate on. Man, I mentioned this one just a while ago, LGVN. Not this one. Well, I mentioned this one also, KYMR, but LGVN. All right, I have to put a price alert around 10:12 for INDV and see if it takes that out later on and see if it has any sort of little bounce in it. It's already bounced, from 866 to almost $10, but is that it? Wow, look at ANVS, guys. Oh, brother. So this got halted on the way down, but look at the reversal now for ANVS. Total reversal. Now it's actually gone positive. This has been a wonderful 5 days now, 5th day for ANVS. Had news here, and the news is sustaining this move up. Yeah, JMIA, just can't keep up. JMIA, another nice one from our AI. Nice one from the Gap Up and Go scan. Here's another one that's been active, is NAAS. Well, AI is having a pretty good day. I mean, the KYMR, of course, leading the charge. All right, just give me a moment. Yeah, okay. Now cost has taken out yesterday's high. Well, it's at yesterday's high, 11.95. So you can kind of see. I mean, if it can take out yesterday's high, 11.95, get over 12, then you're looking left at 18.50. No, now nobody's saying it's getting there, but that's what traders are looking at. And you can see a couple of days it got right up there. Boy, in advance of earnings season, we're just getting a ton of alerts now. All right, so there's SNGX, guys. It did open, and it opened above. Actually, it's not now. 755 was the. So it quickly hit this up to 8. So if you were in this, I hope you were nimble. I mean, it might come right back, but no, Bruno, you like all brokerage platforms, not just our simulator. The question is, you can't place trades in the pre-market using our simulator. You all have to go limit order. You can't go market order, just like all platforms. It's not just a simulator. You have to go market order. Okay, sorry, limit order. Pick a price. Okay. So if you're going to market, yeah, but that's any broker. Okay, INDV. What do you think, William? Limit orders. Yeah. If you don't know what that is, I mean, it's hard to. I mean, you have to pick like a range. Go in a limit, and you can put a plus or minus to it, but it has to be a limit. You cannot go market order. If you don't understand that, you might just want to, forget about trying to place orders then in the pre-market. Okay. Until you understand what a limit order is. But you'll see that in our simulator, one of the options, it says limit. Okay. And that's what you have to do. That's just not the simulator. Again, I know I'm repeating myself. That is virtually every single platform out there. So this is a holding company, okay? INDV. So I know geez, boy, it's interesting if it can have any sort of a recovery. Well, EX, I guess I got a little jumpy on the EXFY. Okay, not bad. I'm out of it though. I'm out of it. I got out of my short on it. Yeah, man, here's another one. Look at this one. VSTS, guys. And the next high looking left on the daily chart. It's got a little bit of room. 1260 is the next high on the daily chart. 1221. No action in the pre-market whatsoever. Market open though, and it just exploded. VSTS. See if there's any news. Of course, the news is that they were sued for securities law violations. Class action suits. So it popped on all that. Okay, so he's talking at 10. Yeah, haven't had a chance to look at the economic calendar today. I posted it in the room, but I haven't really looked at it. So yeah, so Barr talked at 9:15. Powell so it actually is Powell talking at 10. Then we have at 1 o'clock, we have a $58 billion 3-year note auction. And then at 1:30 we have Bowman speaking. So, but Powell is speaking right now, or due to speak right now. So he's probably going to have some kind of an effect on the market. Man, what a turnaround with the ANVS. It's almost at yesterday's high now, guys. 1732 is yesterday's high. Remember, it got halted on the way down. And this one has been, now here's a Zap, got halted on the way down. Okay, Zap got halted on the way down. ZAPP got halted on the way down. This one has been halted, resuming, halting, resuming all day. Well, in the first half hour. SDST, SDST. In the first half hour, it's been halted and resumed several times. So this is an earnings play, guys. BYRN. BYRN is an earnings play. And let's take a look left on the weekly chart. Where could it go? The next high is 1235 on the weekly chart. It's got a little bit of room. Ah, why did it do this? All right, guys. TEM, TEM. This is trying to come back a bit here. I'm sorry. I'm going to have to get rid of this chart. Just give me a moment. Okay. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just, oh, that's why. Okay, sorry, I had to do some adjustments, but I'm ready to go. Now, TEM 3527 was the alert, 3527. So what is that next high? That's got room. It has some room. TEM has some room. Look at the 3663. So it has some room. I'm definitely interested in this one. This is gap up and go. The alert was at 3527. It got up. Wow, that was quick. I mean, it got up to, I wonder what the spread is like. This has been a super fast morning for me anyway. Okay, guys, sorry. Zap just opened again, and this one got halted. CJet got halted. Okay, now this is the one, or is it opened? Oh, it resumed. Okay, I don't know where it got halted. 714. Man, I'm missing this one. LGVN. LGVN still has some room here, guys. 324 has some room. Meanwhile, costs, yeah, I'm not in it. Costs exploding here above the yesterday's high. Here's your challenge right up here, 1850 or so. Surprised it has not been halted. Banco Santander, Chile is doing something here. It's not an earnings play. Okay, guys, I'm actually looking at an NKLA short. It showed up on the gap up and reversal scan right here. Gap up and reverse, gap up, reverse. 1034 was the alert. I want to see if this, I mean, it's got room. That's why I'm looking at it. It's got some room, a lot of room, not just some room. It's got a lot of room to yesterday's low. I'm not saying it's going to get there. So what I'm going to do now is just put a price alert on 1029 and see if it gets that back down there. SOPA, SOPA. Well, that's pretty ugly. So this got up to 137, all the way back down to 111. So I guess this is having a bit of a move up. time is it now? 10:11. I'm going to go over these races. I'm going to go over the information you can find on my homepage, including the fact, unfortunately, that promo code, as I said yesterday, wasn't sure if it was going to be extended today. It is not. So hopefully you took advantage of the 25% off. All right, let's take a look at my homepage. And yeah, sorry, I haven't even had a chance to look at IVP. I know Shady talked about that one. I haven't even had a chance to look at it. Not showing up anywhere for me. Don't see it anywhere. All right, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. And again, unfortunately, this promo code is no longer valid. So you're going to have to use Barry15 if you want to take out a subscription, Barry15. That'll get you 15% off the first month only or the entire year. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use the promo code. The reason being is that this will really help to keep the room free. Okay, the room is free, the YouTube room and the main room. Keep them free because anybody, when you use my promo code, the room gets credit for the subscription. And if you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. 10 short videos. First one is a download and install. First startup and login. I would scroll down here. Important introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. Okay. You must do that first. If you're new to trading, Trading 101, this is a series of videos that Michael Noss at Intraday has put together. You can sign up for it. It is all free. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it here, free of course. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. Excuse me. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. This is the education section. Here's our user guide. This is the getting started section again. Now, a lot more detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is, all about stock racing. You'll see I'm running 3 races right here, 3 races. I'll go over them, but you want to set up your own race with your own parameters. Here's how you do it. I have price alerts. I use price alerts all the time. If you want to create your own watch list, you can do that. If you want to follow just stocks you want to follow or stocks you just want to follow, you can create your own watch list. But like any other software program, there's a lot in the user guide. You don't have to learn everything. Okay? Getting started section again right here, hammering that point home. You must do this first. Daily support. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today is Tuesday. It should be Michael Noss, and I'll confirm that before I do take my break. And last, if you are looking for my scan, so if you click on my homepage link and you scroll down, here in this middle section, here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. So let me get rid of this. So these are the 3 races. I know this is not the name the same, but this is this race up here. Biggest gainers from the start of the race. It's the one right up here. So here are the 3 races that I'm sharing. You can see the Halls resumes is over here, very active. This is the one I've been talking about, the gap continuation or reverse. This will look a little bit different from the one I'm using. But you don't have to have the one I'm using. You don't have to use this at all if you don't want to, but this is what I'm really concentrating on right now, the gap continuation or reversal scan. And look, okay, NKLA, guys, it's on the move. But I am sharing other scans. Now, I do not have all these scans up and running at the same time, okay? It's not because, if you're saying, well, why do I have this scan here if I'm not using it? Well, for instance, the gap continuation or reversal scan. I hadn't been using that for several months, and I just decided to start using it again last week, and I'm liking it again. Okay, especially as we're getting closer and closer to earnings season. So first of all, welcome to the rooms. If you're new to the rooms, this is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. Not really 3 p.m. for me anymore. I usually take off at around 2:30. I'll always stay later if there are questions, but the main room is usually now open till 4. William keeps it open till 4. He doesn't have to. I always check with him every day because it's certainly not obligated to do so. Okay, guys. Now, an explanation about what Trade Ideas is. I mean, if you're new, if you don't have the platform at all, or you're really very new to the platform, I'll demonstrate its power right here in this particular scan that I call Momo. Okay, it's an alert window. If I right-click on it, click on Configure, and then click on the summary. So there are many programs out there that kind of claim to be scanners. Now, our definition of a scanner is real-time alerting, okay? You can see right here, this is what this scan is looking for. This is the screening aspect. Again, a lot of screening programs out there. Nothing wrong with the screening program, but what we're really excellent at, real-time alerting. So in this particular scan, if the stock is between $1 and $100 and the current volume is at least 3, that means it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. It is time of day sensitive. This gives it the momentum. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, 5 minutes, 400% of normal, etc. If all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. There's Shady's and others, I guess, IVP. Great call. I mean, I couldn't even click on it to see what it was doing. But there's IVP. So it made a new high with satisfying all these filter requirements at 10:19:02. Okay, so it just made another new high. That's how this works. These are all real-time alerts. And here's MAIA, just made a new high. Okay, satisfying all these filter requirements and made a new high for the day. That's how this works. Another one, guys, I mean, just fast and furious. This is a very active scanner, okay? BIAF, again, and every time it makes a new high, it's just going to tell you real-time alerts. So if you like this scan the way it is, you can have it, of course. This is on my home page. But if you want to make any changes, of course you can. If you want, maybe you don't like the price range or some other aspect you don't like, or maybe there's a filter that you want to add. Up to you. But this is what I like to see. Doesn't necessarily have to be what you like to see. Now, if you want to create your own scans, you can. I'm going to click on the search this time. Now, right at the very top, these are the real-time alerts that we've got. Right at the very top, the 2 most popular, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. But as you can see, as I scroll down, we have a lot of other real-time alerts. And when I get to these icons, these are the filters, the screeners. Now, do not get hung up on how many we've got. You don't have to learn them all, okay? The only reason we have so many is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So obviously then they had to create a lot of different real-time alerts and all these different screeners, filters to satisfy, the majority of all the types of trading styles that are out there. So, but again, don't look at this and think, my gosh, this is way too hard. How am I going to learn this all? You don't have to. Personally, all I use is the new high and the new low of the day and just a handful of those screeners. It doesn't mean all these other ones that I don't use are bad. It just means that for my trading style, that's all I personally need. Your trading style may be very different though. Now, this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So don't be shy. If you have questions, you can ask questions all day long. I'll do my best to answer. So let me go over these races that you see here, okay? Because this also can help you if you are more of a pullback player, okay? So first of all, again, if you go to my homepage, go to the education section, click on the user guide, and then go to the section that says TI Stock Racing. All the information will be there, how you can create your own. You can have these, but you can obviously create your own with your own set of parameters. Again, I'm not trying to force people to use what I use, but everything you see though is available on my homepage. So how do these races work? So I'm running 4-minute races. You can see that this race right here, we're half a minute into it. So what does this mean? This says LGVN, it's at the top here, that 1.86%. That means that since the race started, this has moved 1.86%. Not a huge move, but that's what it is. Now, in this race here, you can see some really dramatic percentage moves. And I'll explain why because you'll understand the difference when you look at these two races. So you can see now Peggy, P-E-G-Y, has taken over the top spot. It's up 2% from when the race started a minute and a half ago, almost a minute and a half ago. Okay. But why are we seeing these symbols here? All races start from a top list window. I right click on this race and I open the top list window. You'll notice that one of the options when I right click on it, it says launch real-time stock race. So this is a top list window of the stocks that I want to see. Again, it doesn't have to be what you want to see. So what am I wanting to see? Well, if I right click, configure, and then summary. So as long as the stock is between $1 and $50, the volume is at least 200,000 shares, and it's up at least 2% from yesterday's close, these are stocks that will appear in that list. Before we had races, the way in which people would use a top list window is that you might say to yourself, well, I'd love to see the stocks that are up the most today or up the most from their opening trade. So for instance, this column right there is a change from the open percent. If I double left click on it rapidly, LGVN from its opening trade is up 41% from its opening trade. Cost is up 30%, IVP 26%, etc. Okay, so it's nice to know, I guess, but how are you going to use this maybe to trade? Especially if what happens if though, say Momo right there, Momo, it's up 4.8% from its opening trade. What if all of a sudden it started to move? It's not a 4.8% anymore. It's a 5%, 6%, 8%, 10%, steadily moving up the list. You'd never be able to see it. But that's what the race does. It catches those movers, okay, that don't necessarily have to be, at the top of any list. They just have to be meeting the filter requirements that I've got, the price range and minimum volume, things like that. But they could be moving up the list. You'd never know it, okay, by just trying to look at a list like this. You could, unless you're concentrating on one stock, but that'd be crazy to have to do. So why do I say this is good for also pullback trades? So first of all, you'll see right there that there is a top 10 list that is being constructed for you automatically. And it is made up of the stocks that win the most races over the course of the day. So in this one right here, you can see LGVN. It's up 6.5% now. It could win this race, and it just won the race. So it has won 5 races today. SNGX has won 3, etc. Eventually, there will be a top 10 list that is created, which gives you a way in which you can focus just on those stocks if that's what you want to do. So let's click on Zap. And this is what I'm saying. This can be used for pullback trades. So you might look at Zap right now, and it's nowhere near the high right now, but this is not a great example. But if you could short Zap, maybe this would be something you might want to short. I'm not saying to do it, and I don't have shorts available. Let me see if I can get a better example. Okay, let's pretend here. Okay, so here's PEGY, had a big pop up. There's the 200, there's the VWAP, 201. What if it was coming into the VWAP? It's a little bit below now, but what if it was still up here and maybe the VWAP is holding it as support? So there's a pullback into the VWAP. Maybe the VWAP holds it as support and it bounces up. That's a way to use this for pullback trades. If you're a VWAP player, or maybe you have a moving average that you like, put it on the chart, see if it's pulling into it, and maybe that acts as support and it bounces off it. Things like that. So that's how you can click on these alerts. There's a lot of big. This is the one I shorted earlier and got out of it. So you can see that a lot of these were high flyers and now they're really giving it up. How about NXL? Okay, so NXL, there's the VWAP at 159. So NXL was up here. It's pulled back a little bit. You might want to put a price alert maybe at 160 and just see if it takes that out later on. And who knows? Maybe it has a run from there. So whatever Powell is saying, I don't know if he's still talking, but oh, guys, excellent one for the NKLA. It's funny. I took my eye off it. It said, I was looking to short this one. There was your alert at 1034. It popped up a little bit after the alert, and then I put the price alert at 1029 underneath it, and look at it now. NKLA, beauty. I said it had room. Not saying it's going to get down there to 911. Guys, I'm loving this. I'm loving this continuation or reversal scan. I'm going to explain this one. So the difference between this race and these two races, okay, what I did was I also added a market cap minimum. So both of these have a minimum market cap of $500 million, 500 million, and also a minimum float of 50 million. So you're not typically going to see large percentage moves here, okay? But these are wonderful to have large percentage moves, but with large percentage moves up, they can come with large percentage moves down very quickly. So these are very volatile. Wonderful when you're on the right side, but not so great when you're on the wrong side of it. Okay, so if you're looking for something super active, yes, these are active. Don't get me wrong; these are active, but they're just not as volatile. This is a big move, 2%. With that float, that's a big move for JMIA. And the same thing happens. A top 10 list is created for you. Okay. And then this is just these are the losers. And another top 10 list is created for you. Yeah, excellent on that IVP. Obviously, that is a great percentage move. Okay, guys, I'm just watching the NKLA right now. I'm going to cover some right now. It's starting creeping up towards 10. I'm going to cover some of the NKLA right now. These are all a bunch of AI plays, I guess. They've named them AI. Let's take a look at what they do. I have no idea if it's truly an AI play. I mean, it says AI, YYAI, but I don't know if it doesn't say AI in here. They design and develop portable ball launchers and other practice equipment solutions for all ball sports. Well, I wonder if that means like baseball hitting in the cage. I don't know if that tennis. I can see tennis, obviously. Pickleball. All right, guys, give me a moment. Low float, 1.46 million in the float for this YYAI. I don't see any specific news on it. No shorts available for me for IVP at Interactive Brokers. So this did show up on the gap down and go scan, the SMR. Now, what's NNE doing? Has a little bit of room. Okay, 1227. Actually, it's enough if I really thought it was going to continue down. Not convinced. I'm completely out of the NKLA now, guys, on my short of NKLA. Wow, there were shorts available for me for this CJET. Didn't at Interactive Brokers. All right, just checking some of these ones that are showing up in this gainer. Now, this one was a big one yesterday. I saw this one yesterday towards the end. Lemonade, LMND. Oh, this one had a little move here. LMND. Okay, guys, beware of cost now. KOSS taking a pretty big, not pretty big. That's a big hit now. KOSS. So there's an instance, okay, with the IVP as a potential pullback trade, okay, because I think it was probably you were alerted to it up here, probably right around here, around the 346 mark. I'm not saying it's going to, keep moving higher from there, but a little bit of a pullback now for IVP. Well, I don't know about a market dump. I mean, I don't know what Powell said, but obviously affected the market somewhat. But now we've got a nice green bar. So, all right. So here's another one, guys. So here's the LGVM. This is a little. And by the way, you don't have to wait for a race to be over, of course. To click on a symbol. If you see something moving up in the leaderboard, moving up, click on it. See what's happening. Okay. So here's the LGVN as an example here. The VWAP 281. What did it do? It got right to the VWAP. Maybe that's acting as support, and maybe if it gets back up over 3, this could have a continuation run. There's an example, of those of you who like to play pullbacks. Click on these alerts and see what's happening. Boy, I should have kept my EXFY short. That is still on a percentage basis. That would have done me well. Well, guess what's not over? This NGX is not over, guys. Wow. Through that 200-day moving average still. All right, where could this go? SNGX. The next high looking left on the weekly chart is way up here around $15, $14.92. I mean, if this takes out 10, a lot of traders will look at that. I wonder if Adam F has tweeted anything on this. This seems like something he would want to tweet about. because this is late stage trial data for treatment of a blood cancer. He usually likes to weigh in on these things. Okay, well, no, I had the wrong alert. Okay, I got to put it at 10. There, 10. Okay, 10. How about 1040? How about 1055? How about 1069? How about 11? So how can this stock? Okay, you said Casa. I think you or draw. I think you said that the float was more like 4 million. Let me just I just confirm that myself. Yeah, or 1.4 million. Okay, so we're, it's in the ballpark. Okay, we've got about a million. It's 1.4 million. It's the only way a stock can be at 440%. If you're wondering, if you're looking at this and, with awe or with bewilderment, wondering, well, how can that possibly happen? Well, it's all about the float. So let me just brief explanation about the float for those of you who are new. So the float is the available number of shares that can be traded on a daily basis. So I still think anything under 20 million is very low, but we're now getting stocks that have, well under 5 million, some well under 1 million, which is, insanely low. So for instance, take a look at Apple. So Apple has 15.4 billion shares in the float. Contrast that with that other one with about 1 million shares. So the float is, you get the float by taking the number of shares outstanding, and then you start subtracting what the insiders own, the C-suiters, maybe big mutual funds. You subtract all those shares because those shares on a daily basis cannot be traded. So you get the float. That's why I typically, don't look at stocks like Apple, the large mega floats, because they're just not moving enough for me personally. I know Shady is trading this great, but for me, they're just not moving enough. So getting back to our SNGX, there's the float, 1 million. Okay, that's the only reason it can be doing something like this. Because look at the volume, 71 million have traded. That's basically trading the float over 71 times. Okay, and growing. I mean, we're only at 1045. So what happens is, it's like any other commodity on earth. If you've think of this as the supply of stock, okay, the supply, and this is the demand. When you've got low supply of something and high demand, what happens to the price? I'm not just talking stocks. Anything that you can think of, low supply, high demand, the price is going to go up. It's that simple. So that's what happens. High demand, and all because of that press release, and low supply, up 441%. Now, again, you take one of these stocks, you can never wander away from your computer even for 10 seconds, okay? Because as quickly as these can go up, this can drop. This can drop $2, $3 just like that. And so, yes, once the volume, but you can see the volume. See how these volume bars on my 15-minute chart, you can see that here was the big volume move. I mean, this is in the pre-market, I think. Yeah, this is all in the pre-market. And then this is the market open at 9:30, big volume bars. And then, the volume dropped somewhat. And then all of a sudden, the volume came back at 10:30. And what time is it now? 10:46. So this volume bar is just starting. So as long as the volume keeps up, the price, as long as, think of volume as enthusiasm. If people are enthusiastically looking at this, then this is what can happen. But the minute the volume starts drying up, watch out or look out. I mean, and as I said before, this still has room. 1492 is the next high looking left. Not saying it's going to get there, but that is, that's what traders, in my opinion, are looking at. They always want to say, okay, well, where could it go before it hits, the next high, either on the daily chart or on the weekly chart. So when a stock's got room, and this is why that 690 area, you can kind of see on that, say the $7 area on the weekly chart, you can see how important it was once it cleared that, because then, the next highs are 1450. And that's why I am a momentum trader. Wow, 1048. What a morning. Why poor Holly? Holly had a great start. KYMR, JMAI, Pure, a lot of obviously, and the shooting of SNGX was the only one. But you got stops. So yeah, let's take a look at Cure. Will this? I mean, this is sort of, I'll call it lagged SNGX, but you can see what it did. I mean, this is why you hear me say all the time: look left, look left, look left. And when you look left on that weekly chart, what do you see? Well, that high today is 644. That high is 687. I thought it was a little closer. Okay. Well, there it is. There's the high 644. So, it's so important to just look left. If you can't see it on the daily chart, look at the weekly chart to see where the next highs are. And that's, where those next highs are is where a stock could stall. Now, if it takes out these highs, then you start looking left and you start to see where it could keep moving to. Ooh, okay. This is now I wish the spread were a little bit better, but HLIO. This is coming in on the gap down and go scan. Okay. And in the post market got down to 38 after hours yesterday. It's not an earnings play. I don't know what the news was. This is the news after placing CEO on leave pending investigation. All right, guys. Okay, guys. I wish I'd seen that one earlier, but it's amazing how it popped right back up. But CEO being turfed pending it investigation, never a good sign. Did you see that one earlier, William, regarding HLIO and the CEO being turfed? Well, not turfed, but placing the CEO on leave. Okay, so he hasn't been turfed, I guess, officially, but Torty, I have no idea. I don't look at engulfing candles. I don't really pay that much attention to things like that. I'm sure it can, but I just really don't pay attention to it. I have such a insanely simple style of trading. you know. Hardly any indicators. I mean, I'm aware, okay? I mean, if I see something, but I'm not looking specifically for engulfing patterns or anything like that. I'm watching this HLIO right now as it gets back to 40. I want to see if it that 40 doesn't hold and maybe moves down from there. But everybody's different, Torty, of course. I mean, I know people who, if people use, wow, look at this is really active. This HLIO. I'll never be one to say don't use an indicator or don't do this, don't do that, just because I don't. Whatever works. I should take some of this just in case this HLIO. The next, well, wait a minute. The next little looking left is, ooh, it's close. That's, so I would have to take that out actually before I would get really that interested. I didn't notice that. And I'm talking about the HLIO. This is a sneaky one, guys. This NAAS. It just keeps, inching its way up. NAAS. Okay. Yeah, I see ATNF. It's showing up on the momentum scan. Wow, look at this ATNF. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, look at the volume that came in. Basically, all the volume of the day is in this 15-minute bar right here. It's only traded 226,228 right here. Hasn't been quite updated. Okay, my little dog is coming at me. That means she probably has to go outside. So give me a moment, okay, guys? All right, guys, I'm back. So anyway, yeah, look at ATNF. I don't know if there are any news on this one, but this is the other one, guys. This NAAS. It just, well, it was anyway. Last time I saw it, it was up to 255. Ah, missed it. Beauty. APLD 584, 557 now. APLD, gap down and go. Let me explain this one. I said I was going to explain this. So let me explain what this is. First of all, this is a multi-strategy window. That's why there's an M in the upper left-hand corner. What does that mean? Basically, what you can do is you can take any alert window that you've got. Well, okay, first of all, typically the reason for people using a multi-strategy window is because they don't have a lot of screen space. Okay, maybe they've only got one monitor. I've got three monitors. That screen space is not an issue for me. But what you can do is you can take your alert windows and put them in one window called a multi-strategy window. So if I right click on this multi-strategy window and go down to the strategies, box pops up and you can see I've got four. All these are alert windows, scans, okay? So there are four of them. Gap up and go. And notice I've got them color coordinated. So I know exactly what's happening when I see this, when I see the alert. So a gap up and go, what that means is stock gapped up and kept going. Now, it doesn't mean it's going to keep going all day long, okay? It just means that at the time of the alert, it gapped up and then it made a high, another high, gap down and reverse. So I saw it gap down and then it's starting to reverse. Again, doesn't mean it's going to reverse all day. And then the gap up and reverse, saw it gapped up and now it's reversing. And then the gap down and go. Stock gap down. And again, at the time of the alert, it meant like this one. I mean, this is perfect. APLD. So those are the four. Now, if you take this one from my homepage, you will see a difference. Yours will not be the don't repeat version. If you want the don't repeat version, all you have to do is take the one from my homepage, and then you right click and go to properties. And where it says don't repeat, and this is the same for an alert window, okay? So the don't repeat, basically, if you don't want to see the same symbol over and over and over again every time, say it makes a new high of the day, you can do something like this, and this is what I do like to do. If I check the don't repeat symbol for the window, you'll notice this is a drop down. So I can say, well, don't repeat the symbol for at least 1 minute, 5 minutes, 15, 30 an hour, or for the entire day. So again, if you've got an alert window that is, pretty active, and it's showing in the same stock over and over and over again, if you don't mind that, that's fine. But what I like to do is I like to do the for a day, because what that allows me to do then is I can go back and say, okay, click on the alert. What did it do from that first alert? I see the time. So if I click on KYMR as an example, there's a little blue arrow there, and that's going to tell me on a 15-minute chart where the alert happened. Okay, and I can see that it was at 37.98 before it pulled back at all. It moved $2 as an example. Okay, so that's why I like to just see the first time we had the alert. I can go back and say, okay, how effective was that? You don't have to do it. Oh man, this HLIO, I think I'd be all over it if it weren't for this. This low right there, it's right there. And then there's another one not that far away. There's a low in the weekly chart at 39.68 and then 39.67, you see. And here's another low, 39.67. Here's another one, 39.10, not that far away. I wish there was a massive gap underneath here. Meanwhile, what happened with CMA? Look at this Halts Resume scanner, guys. Look how active it is. So this APLD, guys, is not an earnings play technically, but it may as well be. They've come out and said, when we release on the 31st, it's not going to be great. Also, they did a stock offering. I didn't see that. They did $125 million stock offering. Actually, I'm wrong here, because they say that they actually say their Q4 revenues are going to be above consensus. Okay, but it's a stock offering. It's a stock offering. All right, guys, 11:06, fast morning. So a little less than an hour. I will be taking a break. Okay, guys, QURE is over 6 now. Now, huge difference between this and the SNGX. The biggest difference, of course, is the float and perhaps the news too. I mean, they did have some news, potential Huntington's disease treatment. They did have news, positive data, but the float, I mean, it's still trading amazing. I mean, 291 relative volume, 291 times normal up to this time of day, 11 o'clock approximately Eastern time. So, but the float is 47 million compared to the other one as around a million. So that's your big difference. Still up 58%. I mean, nothing. Look at the HL. Okay, you know what? Whoa, and then there's this one. Now, this is a, okay, so this is a SPAC, guys. I typically stay away from them. Okay, this is a CETU. Typically are staying away from them. Have they announced who they are looking to merge with, take over? I don't think they've announced. They're not announcing it today, but I wonder if they did it in the past. I don't see. Let me see if I can see any news on this one in the past. Yeah, I don't see anything. I don't see anything on who they're looking to take over or take public. Here's another one, guys. I don't know if anybody mentioned this one, but the ATHA. I mean, these are all coming from, well, you can see them here, I'm sure. Yeah, there it is right there. This is in, so if you're looking for an active, like a real active scanner, this is it. Okay, this is the momentum scanner, a very active scanner. Notice I don't put the don't repeat on this one. It's the only one I don't. And that, because this one now will nag me. Every time ATHA makes a new high, I'm going to know about it. Here's that. I don't think I've seen this one today. NNOX. Yeah, it's in on my homepage, Nyama. Okay, just click on my homepage link and scroll down, middle section, click here. Now it is only called Moment. Now the only difference is in this one, if you load this one, you're going to get more alerts. That's all. What I did here, I said, okay, I wanted to restrict it to less than 500 contracts. Okay, option contracts. And that's the only difference. Okay. So you will actually get more alerts in here than I'm getting. It's up to you. But everything else is the same. But again, if you're looking for an active momentum scanner, that is a good one. All right. Michael Noss will be in our YouTube room when he takes over for me in about 45 minutes. And I always think it's a good idea to go over to YouTube when I'm on my break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. Good idea just to listen to somebody else's take on the market and their style of trading. Michael is way more of a swing trader than I am. But we have 5 days of the week, 5 different traders take over for me, and again, we all have different trading styles. So they all have scans that they like. Any links to explain the AV WAP pinch? You're talking about. There might be. I don't use this at all. So the pinch. Let me find out. If you can hang on for 45 minutes, Michael created all these. Okay, so he'll be in the YouTube room, but I think there may have been explanations. But let me just ask the question. Okay. So you did purchase it. Okay. So you took the add-on. Okay. I'm not sure. Okay. So I will find out though. But Michael will certainly know. I mean, if you can hand, there you go. There's a video on YouTube from Michael. Thank you, Pepe. I thought there was. Thank you, Pepe. Here's the actual link. Okay. Thank you, Pepe. He put it in the. There's your link to it. Okay, guys, here's one that's coming in now. And the momentum scan is SY. Now, the problem I would have with it is that 200-day moving average is right above it. So that could easily stall it. And when you look left, there could be little stall zones up here. So consequently, I'm not that interested in it right now. It's a big float also, 86 million in the float. China stock. No news that I can find on this one. Not that there has to be news, but there's no news that I can find. Another one that's very, very low says less than 1 million in the float. And that is the ATNF. Now that one is coming into, looks like anyway, 270. So that is the next high looking left on the weekly chart, 270. You know, that could stall it. It's only one topping tail right there. If it can get through all that, then you got maybe room to 4, maybe. I haven't even had a chance to have any of my tea this morning. This is my first pour. Okay, our top 10 lists have been built. So let's take a look at some of these. Now, let's take a look at Chewy down here. Chewy won a race again in the losers. Now remember Chewy, and then okay, just remember Chewy. Okay, what happened back here? Got up to 39. All right, here's another one showing up, guys. LXEO, LXEO. Now the next high looking left is 1734. So there is a little bit of room. 1720, 1736 to be exact. And that's LXEO. Boy, this Riley can be a wild, wild one. Low float, 16.4 million in the float. Whoa. Didn't take it. Look at this though. 1272 SMR got down to 1236, guys. The alert at 1030. I did not take it. 1272. That's SMR. And that was an opportunity to short it. So yeah, Michael confirmed it will be him. Okay, how Zap is, well, it's not dead. I mean, it got down to 1034 a pop. Now through the 200, through the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart, the VWAP is 1292. So it's sort of stuck between those two. Oh man, guys, and there's so many. Look at this. Okay, now ATHA, look at the room it's got. It took out 3. Look at the room it's got. I mean, I wish it weren't so extended, but boy, it's got room. I mean, when you look at the weekly chart, 368 or so is the next high, 364 is the next high. Got a ton of room. It's just a little too extended. Boy, ATNF, nice one by, is that you, Draw? Well, it did pop up over 3, pulled right back down, but okay, guys, this QURE, so 644 was the high, and that's where it kind of stalled right around there, but it's got some room again to that level over the 10 SMA, probably over the VWAP. Yeah, way over the VWAP, 570. VVPR pop. Okay, I don't see it here. So let's take a look. Possible it's not meeting one of my filter requirements, maybe the relative volume. Yeah, that's the reason. So yeah, the relative volume is too low for it to meet my scans, but doesn't mean it's not tradable. 254 is the next high. If it takes out 254, 329 or so would be the next high. But look at that. I mean, look, wow, got up to 250 and goes right back down to 235. That's a little bit scary. A lot of volume just came in. Well, I have to put an alert. I'll put an alert up here at 255 and see if it takes that out again. That is the next high looking left. And it got up to, you can see it basically got almost right to that point. Got up to 249. So that's where it stalled. And it's a low float, VVPR, low float, 1.93 million in the float. UK stock, so a little bit like, okay, EV. So it's a little bit like Zap, which is another UK stock in the same sector, I guess. I mean, they actually make the vehicles, I guess, but it's in the same sector, VVPR, and out of the UK. Turnkey decarbonization solutions, operates in following sectors: critical power, electric vehicles, sustainable energy, etc. Wow, SMR just so I mean, yeah, I wish I'd taken this one. 1228 is the next low looking left. The next low, if it can take that out, is 1152 for SMR. It's been fine, Michael. How's yours? Any news on AEZS? Obviously, it must be popping or doing something. Yeah, doing something. Do I see any news on this one? I don't see any news. It's getting into the 200-day moving average, so that could be a problem. The next high looking left, it's above that, 731. Next high looking left is 910, but that 200-day moving average could be a blocker. What do I think about a continuation? Anything is possible, Michael. As you know, you've been in this room enough to know that anything is possible with these guys. And yeah, I mean, it had great news. Or at least the headline looks like great news. 12 around 12 was the high. I mean, I was hoping that it would maybe rest a bit, but it looks like it's not going to rest. But it looks like it's going to take out the high of the day right now. And if it does take out that high, I mean, it still does have some room. I mean, the next high looking left is 1492. So, I mean, it actually still has room, even if it takes out that high. I'm not saying it's getting there, Michael. You know that. I'm not saying it's getting there, but that is the next high on the weekly chart. You might want to back it out on the daily chart. I don't know. That's what I would do if you're in this one. I would actually, take a look at a daily chart and see where the next high is. The week here of August of April 15th. At some point in that week, it could have hit another high that's less than that high. All right, guys, QURE on the move a little bit here. QURE on the move a little bit. Might have a challenge again at that 640 level. 644 to be exact. That was the high of the day, 644. Okay, guys, I'm going to give up on this HLIO. I was really hoping I might take out that 3960 level, but it has not popped over 40, so I'm just going to forget about watching it. That's what I've been kind of concentrating on to see if it would have a bigger collapse. All right, guys. Okay, now this is the one that, or this is the type that I might get into. So this is the ZVSA. Okay, I think this is the first halt of the day. For whatever reason, a whole bunch of volume has just come in. I mean, it's only 93,000 shares, but 81, almost 82,000 right here. So this is how I may not get an opportunity though. Low float again. We have 830,000. I mean, again, very, very low, crazy low. Oh man, look at this. I mean this won't happen. There's your halt, ZVSA. There's the halt price. This column is trying to tell you approximately where it may open. Okay. And as you can see, I mean, there's no way it's going to open at $12. Okay. And this number will change. If it's a 5-minute halt, this will be 11:41 plus 45 seconds. My guess is it's going to drop down to maybe the 6th level or so. But at any rate, how I would play this one just doesn't look like I'm going to have an opportunity. If it opens, let's say it opened at I don't know 4:30, and then it came back down through 4:19, got down to 4:10, and then it popped back through 4:19. That's sometimes when I'll take a trade in one of these halts, resumes. Or if it opened at say 410, a little bit below the halt price, and then it popped through the halt price, that's sometimes when I'll take the trade. It just doesn't look like it's going to have any chance to open below or get down below that 419. Now, I'm not going to. I mean, what if it moved up to 6 and then it moved way down through 419? I'm not going to take it. I mean, that's way too much of a pullback. But that's just the sort of thing that I'm looking at. I don't know if it's going to happen, but and you can see how that $12 was, well, here's 1055. But again, this is not set in stone, these prices. They'll see them move pretty frequently over the 5 minutes, if it's a 5-minute halt. And again, this is from Interactive Brokers, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas. This blue screen you see, nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, guys, ATHA is sort of basing a little bit now, okay? A little bit of a base forming, okay? Just over 3 now. Let's see if it can move from here because, again, it's got that room, right? 365. 364 is the next high looking left on that weekly chart. A good spread, only a couple of pennies on the spread. Okay, so this is going to be a 5-minute halt. This will open in about 1 minute. That's the ZVSA. I just have my doubts. Let's take a look at that potential open now. See how it's drifting down towards the price a little bit more, but still way above. I mean, I just find it hard to believe it's going to, open $3 on top of that 4. All right, I'm going to keep this up here 45 seconds. So in 10 seconds, if it's a 5-minute halt, this will open. Again, I just don't believe it's going to open at $8. This might turn into a more like a 5-minute halt. Oh, there, $7. Sorry, a 10-minute halt. Yeah, looks like it's going to be a 10-minute halt at least now. And it's possible it's because the bid ask was so way out of whack compared to the halt price. You can see how it's well, maybe getting down a little bit closer. So it looks like it's going to be a 10-minute halt. Typically, I would say 95%, even higher maybe. Halts are 5 minutes long. If it's not 5, it's usually it's a multiple of 5, meaning 10 in this particular case. All right, I'm going to put an alert at 3:13 now for ATHA and see if it takes that out later. Sissy, SISI, another one that we've seen quite a bit of. So the next high looking left is 410. So it's that right there. The next high then is 444. So again, there is room for this one to move if it wants to on a percentage basis. Now it's getting pretty close to my break time, so more than likely I will not be able to participate in anything. So, draw. Was there any news on this one? If you posted, I apologize. I didn't see any news on this ATNF, but if you did post it, I do apologize. You know, it reminds me of the ATHA a little bit. I mean, they're almost the same price. This has room to run if it wants to. ATHA is getting back up to that high of 313. This actually, if you look at ATNF and you look left, it's got room still. Yeah, 370. It's got room. It's sort of like the ATHA in terms of the amount of room it's got. Look at it go. You know, this was a pretty good short from the AI. It had a lot of shares at Interactive Brokers. MYO, there was the alert at 512, 464 now. You know, it was an early alert, and you had all sorts of time to take it if you wanted to. Okay. You can see what happened. I mean, there's the alert, and, you know, got above the alert price a few times. Man, monster move, yeah, for this ATNF. Was there news on this one? If you posted that one, I know they were granted. This is on the 2nd though of July, an extension to regain compliance with listing requirements on Nasdaq. Nasdaq. Okay, ZVSA opened, and yeah, so I mean, it did open higher. It was halted at 419, but no way it was going to open at 7 or 8 or at 1.12. Oh, it is whippy. ZVSA very whippy. So SISI, SISI, I mean, another one, low float, China, 440, 448, 444, the next high looking left. I'd really be watching this ATHA, guys. I may not be able to do anything because my break is coming up, but this ATHA, I like the way it's just basing around this area. And of course, it's got the room. It still has room, 364, has some room. It's not a low float. They don't all have to be crazy low. But I have my alert set up here at around 313 for ATHA. Matt, very active day. And I don't know what the SPY volume is. It doesn't really matter with the stuff that we follow, but just out of curiosity, take a look at the SPY volume. And it's still nothing. I mean, yesterday, I mean, a little surge at the end, but still really nothing. You have another 4 hours or so. So about halfway through the market, approximately, not quite. Actually, not that much. Yeah, we've only 2.5 hours in. So we have 4 hours left, but still, I'm only 8.7 million so far. So it doesn't matter. I mean, it just doesn't matter. The stuff that we see, that's why you've got trade ideas, because you see the things that are moving. And if you don't have trade ideas, there's going to be an opportunity in, I think on the 17th. Let me, maybe it'll start on the 15th. I think we're going to have a test drive. We're going to have that test drive. And the stock picking contest, sorry, the stock picking contest and the test drive combination like we had the last time, a couple of months ago. So that'll give you an opportunity to try trade ideas for that 11.11. I think they'll probably be the same price, $11.11 for the 10 trading days, approximately 10 trading days, and also to enter the contest. Man, oh man, oh man, right at the, I mean, maybe this is it. I mean, it's right at the 200-day moving average, ATNF. Yeah, it's in my 10-day daily breakout. Wow, I see that. I haven't really I haven't paid attention to it at all. 228. Wow. At 11 o'clock. Do not take your eyes off that ATHA. If you need some volume. I mean, look at the volume for ATNF. This is the biggest volume bar of the day now. Okay, I mean, that's the 1145. I mean, that's the biggest volume bar of the day for ATNF. ATHA, the volume has subsided. You can see, look at my 15-minute chart. See how the volume, a big volume burst right there. And what time is it now? 11:52. So there's 8 minutes for this to close, but the volume has subsided, and that's the issue. But if we ever get the volume coming back in again, They could have a decent run in it. ATHA could have a decent run in it, and now it's at that 313. And there it is at 313 now. Okay, guys, 11:53. So what I'm going to do now is just get my announcement up here that I'll be on a break. I won't leave until Michael shows up. Hopefully, I'll be able to hear. I've had some issues with hearing the guys, but I think I got it solved yesterday. I should have flipped the script with the HLIO. Okay, and the next thing I'm going to do, I'm going to put the YouTube link in to the main room, so you can head over and listen to Michael while he's on for his hour. Saw this one yesterday. AGAE, AGAE, another one that is, just kind of moving a bit here. Not very much volume. 6 times normal though, but it's only 118,000 shares. So not a lot of volume, but had a big week a couple of weeks ago. Shoot, look at that HLIO. Almost took it when it broke 40, but I didn't. All right, guys. Now, HELE is now turning into a gap down and reverse. It's an earnings play, and it's turning into a gap down and reverse play. And there it goes a little bit. There it goes, guys. The alert happened at 63.99 right there, 63.99. Okay, I'm just waiting again. I'm just waiting for Michael now to show up in our YouTube room. I don't know how much it's going to reverse, but if I were looking at this chart, 67.45, is a potential that's a potential area. That's where it could stall. We got up there, that'd be awesome. Market is putting in a nice green bar now. So we'll have a little disconnect in the market. Dow is down. Dow's down a little. Nas is up a little. SPY's up. ETHA making a move now, guys. ATHA making a move. So, guys, in YouTube, if Michael is talking to me and I can't hear him, just let me know, okay? You don't mind? I don't think he's in there yet, but I know I had a problem the last couple of times hearing the guys when they got into YouTube. So I don't think I'll have that problem today. There is ZVSA, guys. ZVSA. Okay, guys, so 11:59, so I'm anticipating Michael will be in the room any moment now. Did I hear a little something in the background? Maybe not. So, I mean, you can see, guys, it doesn't matter about the SPY volume at all. I mean, people get all hung up. The market's boring, this and that. Look at all the action that we've got. Look at the ZVSA now, guys, over 5.
Hello, Barry.
I hear you. Okay, good. I had a problem the last couple of times. I couldn't hear you guys when you got in, but I can hear you loudly and clearly. So just give me
Wonderful.
Okay, guys. So Michael is in our YouTube room right now. I've got my notice up there. I'll be back at 1 p.m. I put the YouTube link in, so you can head over and listen to Michael. So we'll see you guys in about an hour. And now I can welcome Michael Noss into our YouTube room. How are you today?
I'm doing fine. How are you, Barry?
Pretty good, pretty good. I've been trying to use those scans that you've got, but a couple of them, again, didn't show anything. And I'm too overloaded, to be honest, Michael, to try to, keep an eye on this. I'm talking about, of course, the go no go scans. One of them that you suggested had nothing in it, at least an hour ago. And so,
Yeah, well, they won't until something occurs. That's just going to be how they, right? So they could sit blank for the whole day in theory. But yeah, it's just for people who are really looking for that particular setup, right? You leave that open and it will show something when there's something to show.
Okay. I've just got too much going on that it's hard for me to just keep an eye on it. But I've been using it, Michael, just on the alerts that I'm getting. I mean, I'm really, really liking it a lot. I mean, I'm just finding it's just confirmation, just a little bit of confirmation. So,
I've been
Go ahead.
been using it with the AI, and it's been very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
A nice combo there, keeping you, anytime the AI will call anything counter trend, it will just completely say, don't do it. So if you want to be a counter trend person, it's not the indicator for you anyway.
Right.
But yeah, for adding to other things, I think it's really cool.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, my friend, I'll let you go. I've got a few things to do. I'll see you in about an hour.
All right, sounds good. Okay, everyone. So as always, giving Barry some much needed time off, open up the room to question and answer when it comes to trading or trade ideas or anything like that. So ask away. Really haven't had a good chance to even look at the market today, so I'm excited for starting to do some homework around here. Just been into other things all day. So it looks like another high and kind of a do nothing day so far on the SPY. The Qs, same kind of thing. Same with the Dow. Actually, a nice little bottoming tail here on the Dow. We sold off earlier, but then we bounced. The Russell 2000, nothing as well. So, summer doldrums are coming in, and I kind of caught the end of what Barry was saying before I got here, saying, yeah, if you're someone who likes to chase moves and trade low floaters and all that kind of stuff, then there's always going to be something. There's always going to be a couple of crazy names every single day. It's just going to be how it works. But for those of us who are, generally not so much into that, we're looking to do more swing trading and things like that. It just gets a little bit harder. So it just makes sense to, slow down a bit, right? Slow your roll. And that ends up being often the difference between, I find, pro traders and more amateurish traders is what's their ability to kind of chill out, right? What's their ability to, do they feel like they need to always push really hard when it comes to trading, right? You always have to put your foot on the gas and always be taking a trade, always be doing something. So the you take a break, you maybe trade more shorter term, things like that, and when the market picks back up, it'll get going. I'm just going to look to see. I don't know if there's any economic numbers or anything that we're waiting for. New Zealand tonight, nothing we really care about. Tomorrow, Fed Chair Powell chats again, like he did this morning. We have CPI on Thursday, and we have PPI on Friday. So some inflation stuff, kind of interesting. Go is not yet available, but it is very, very, very close. So it could be as early as this week, in the next few days. Everything is built. We just got to make sure we have the right content to explain to users kind of quickly and easily what it is that we're looking for, right? You can't, it's not so much a technical thing. It's just making sure, the landing page is designed correctly. And I recorded a little video that will go on the welcome screen. So when you click on it, it goes, hey, this is what, this is what's going on, right? Here's the breaking down the channel and what the colors mean and all that kind of stuff. So just a nice breakdown of what we're going to be showing you off the bat. So there'll be just a little welcome screen when you load up the channel that explains all that stuff. So that's really all we're working on now. We don't want to launch something and then have it just confusing to users, right? You want to make sure it's somewhat explained. So the wife places a trade here or there, but since we recorded that series, we got married and had 2 kids within 2 years, so it's been pretty busy around here. we may do another series when Go No Go launches, because I think it's going to be really, really good for new and struggling traders as a way to just very, very simply and definitively have a definition of trend. So, quiet day. Oh, thanks. K-Web is very interesting here. This is something that I've been watching for some time as we've been pulling back into this zone. China had this really strong kind of upward thrust, and it's been slowly grinding down into this area. Nice up day. I'm not going to play K-Web on itself, but TME, you can see I've been watching TME here for quite some time. Put an anchored VWAP right there from these highs. TME has been really, really strong from a daily chart standpoint. It looks like that's breaking out. YMM, I think it was. Yeah, that one's broken. So yeah, just looking at some of these Chinese under the hood type names, just to see if there's kind of some exposure I can add to my portfolio from China. It'll probably be TME, just because I like to buy relative strength for sure. Yeah, my Wealth 365 presentation is going to be Go No Go, so we're going to have it. Hopefully, looks like we will have it up by then. Yeah, so we'll be talking about again the benefits of trend trading. I really do think that most traders, if you're struggling at all, could be very much helped by focusing on a trend and just your win rate if you're a pure trend trader won't be the best, but you'll end up saving your butt in a lot of cases, where just by sticking with an underlying trend, it helps it easier to define your stop. There is at least some science behind the fact that trends persist, right? There's you can point to academically read studies and papers saying, if you buy stocks and uptrends and you short stocks and downtrends, you end up doing way better than the opposite. There's tons and tons of tests that you can run yourself. There's just a lot of quantifiable things to say, hey, trading with the trend, it works, right? Nothing's perfect, but especially if you have a process or a way to stay in that trend, then eventually you'll get something that you just kind of hit out of the park. And for me, I guess I can, right? If you've been paying attention to the podcast that me and Steve are doing, we've been talking about this SMR for weeks now, for months maybe, and I've been involved kind of right here at 650. My initial stop was at 550, so I was risking a buck, and I'm still in the position up into the most of the position up into well over 13, so doubling the initial position, just by having a plan to say, hey, this is how we are going to stick with a trend, and stick in the direction of a trend. And do they all work like that? Like, absolutely not. Most won't, but when it comes to, if you look at the very successful trend followers out there, like the turtle traders and some of these trend following CTAs and hedge funds, what ends up happening is you get a handful of trades a year that just completely blow your year and make it great, and everything else is just kind of fighting and treading water back and forth. So it will and how I'm doing this, we can do a little sneak preview with SMR. My game plan is just once the candles give me a no go, I'm just going to put my stop below that little area. So what I'm giving up is potentially, a pretty gnarly pullback on the position, but in exchange, I'm giving myself that opportunity that if SMR ever gets back to, prior highs and through it, and I don't know, we look back and this is a, $20-$30 stock one day and I've made 5 times my money. Well, that's a year maker at that stand. So yeah, no, it'll be very interesting. I'm excited for it as a way to quantify trend for both day trading and swing trading. Um, it's just a question we get all the time is, hey, what moving average is the best moving average, or what indicator is the best indicator, blah blah. And what go no go does is it says, well, there is no best indicator, so let's take a bunch of them and uh, weigh them and just say, hey, the more that are showing that you're in an uptrend, change the color of the bars. The more you're showing in downtrend, you change the color of the bars. So again, makes a lot of sense to me anyway. I didn't even have. This is the only alert I had that fired off today at all, and it's just for this Bancorp stock for a little breakout algorithm that I'm running on a weekly chart. So not very exciting, but this thing's just been a steady kind of grinder here. The 8 and 21 EMA. Well, yeah, that's probably part of go no go. And yeah, that's very common. If you just grab our EMA clouds, those are two common ones. 821, right, as a way to define. But when it comes to simpler things like moving averages, again, I think those are fine, absolutely fine as a way to define trend. It's just the question is always which moving averages do you pick, and that's going to be based solely on the trader and their time frame, right? If you're someone who's looking at a daily chart, but you're going to try to hold for months and months, 8 to 21 probably wouldn't be the best choice. It'd probably better, like a 50 and a 200 or something like that. And as a way to make things simpler, the go no go. That's why I like that it mixes a bunch of different indicators, because it's just going to be different depending on what time frame you're looking at. If you're using something simple like moving averages, so. All right, well, let's see what's going on in TI strength. 'Cause, yeah, there's not a lot going on anywhere else. IBN ECE Bank. It's an Indian bank. Seems to be doing really well in TI strength. NVDU is just a double NVTA. in case you're just an insane person and the volatility of ND and VDA is not enough for you. So, right, you could look at that and, move whatever it is that you'd like. The rest of these, I see a lot of pharmaceuticals and stuff coming through here, but this VRTX was on TI strength yesterday and looks like it's continuing today. So I'm watching this one. It's a little bit more expensive, but right, you can just take, 10 shares or something if you want, right? A VWAP pinch, yeah. So simply put, let's just use, I don't know, let's use NVDA. I think that'll probably be a fitting one. The anchored VWAP pinch, again, I would really, as always, right? This is me explaining what's going to be way better explained in Brian Shannon's book, right? So make sure you're reading that because he's kind of the master of anchored VWAP. So yeah, make sure you're picking up and you're reading his book because it's going to be just way better at explaining it. But I'll do my best. And the general idea is that if you have price holding an anchored VWAP from some lower point and and also holding below some sort of anchored VWAP from an upper point, and you get this kind of consolidation within these two VWAPs, that's what's considered a pinch, right? So you are above a you're above a major VWAP from some sort of swing low or earnings gap or something like that, and then you are also below an anchored VWAP from some sort of high point. It's just showing that this is pulling back, and there's kind of a battle going on between sellers and buyers, right? Again, just noting that the anchored VWAP just gives you where the average market participant is. So if you own NVIDIA before this gap, or we can do this, if you own NVIDIA from after this gap, it doesn't really matter that much. And obviously, not precise areas, but so if you owned NVIDIA from kind of anywhere in the $100 area, and then you shorted in right from this high, this is kind of where the average prices are. So as long as you're stuck between those two average prices there, then you can kind of look at that and say, okay, well, the sellers are going to try to defend this anchored VWAP, and the buyers are going to try to defend these anchored VWAPs. So that's pinching, and it's coiling price in that way. And then if that breaks in either direction, but knowing Brian Shannon, he would prefer or probably only trade if that was in the direction of the underlying trend. So then that breakout is saying, okay, well, the buyers have now won this anchored VWAP pinch, and then you're off to the races. So it's another way to kind of quantify a bull flag, for lack of a better term, right? You have this downward pressure from above, and you have this upward pressures from below, and those two pressures are just kind of pinching. You could look at that as the same. If you wanted to do this without an anchored VWAP, you could look at that and say, well, it's essentially the same as a wedge type pattern or a triangle type pattern, right? Where price is getting tighter and tighter and tighter. You could also probably express this with Bollinger Bands when you start to see the Bollinger Band shrink. But it's just showing that, hey, there's a clear area of resistance over top and a clear area of support underneath using the anchored VWAPs. And that's pinching prices. And then when price breaks out, the expectation is that you're going to get a move in the direction of the trend, right? Just like anything, 50-50, maybe a little better win rate. But you're trading in the direction of the underlying trend, and you know where you're wrong, right? If we kind of got back at the very worst below this aggregate view up, it is certainly time to go. And then by the higher, right? If we kind of push up to this high or so, then great. That's probably 2 times roughly our risk. So it's a good trade. So Brian Shannon's book. So it's Maximum Trading Gains Using Anchored VWAP is the name of the book. But if you go to Amazon and you just type in Brian Shannon, there is 2 books there that he's written, and they're both absolutely fantastic. So, to draw your own anchored VWAPs, all you do is you click on this little, looks like a ship anchor. Click on that, and then you click where on the chart you want to have the VWAP anchored to, and away you go. Right, so again, what you would look at, and I'm just picking on the semis just because they stand out in my mind. If you're looking to draw pinches, what you need is a price hanging out below a significant high for a period of time, and then also price hanging out above a low for a significant period of time. Those are kind of the requirements to be concerned with drawing some sort of a pinch. And of course, different time frames would work exactly the same, right? Where if you're looking at this on a day trading basis, QURE, that's the crazy guy du jour. Let's go to a 5-minute chart there. Right. So how you would do an anchored VWAP pinch on something like this is you would take the VWAP from this high price and then the VWAP from this low price, which may end up being about the same, just because of the volume requirements. And that would, if price held between these for a period of time, that would be your pinch there. So appreciate your help. Yeah, no problem at all. It's an interesting concept. Yeah. At the end of the day, right, what you're doing with an anchored VWAP pinch is the same thing you would be doing with a Bollinger Band squeeze or trading a bull flag or any number of things like that, in which at the end of the day they're all kind of telling you the same ticket, which is when prices move, prices trend, and volatility mean reverts. I think that's the easiest way to kind of describe that, is that like I talked a lot earlier about how we know that prices trend, and there's a lot of data behind the fact that prices trend. So we can look at that and we can say, okay, there's been studies, you can just see it, right? If you look at pick chart at random, the question, we don't never know how long they trend for. Peloton's always a great example, just because this had a clear and obvious uptrend and then a clear and obvious downtrend, and then it's on its way to zero. So we know we know asset prices trend, and we know that volatility mean reverts. And what we mean by that, and an easy way to go about expressing this, is we can use the Bollinger Band width indicator. And all this is doing is telling us how wide the Bollinger Bands are. And the Bollinger Bands are just a metric of volatility, right? The wider the Bollinger Bands, the more volatile the instrument. The tighter the Bollinger Bands, the less volatile the instrument. So you see that if you bring up this on pretty much any stock, use the SPY, we can use, I don't know, let's just click one at random here, TT, and then click another one at random here, Burlington. You'll notice that there are these mean reversions where you go from the stock being not very volatile to very volatile to not very volatile to very volatile, over and over and over again, right? Not at any sort of like super predictable frequency, but you notice that there's very rarely trends here. There's usually volatility spikes and then volatility troughs. Um, So when most people are trading something like Bollinger Band pinch, uh, a bull flag, a VWAP pinch, whatever it is they're basically just trying to combine these two, which are two of the only like really known things in investing and trading, is that prices trend and volatility mean reverts. So if I'm seeing prices first that they're trending, Burlington's a good example here, right? From April, we've been trending higher, and now we have this period of volatility mean reversion, which you can see right here, right? The Bollinger Bands are getting very, very, very tight. Then somebody who trades in the direction of the trend will simply say, okay, well, I'm going to wait for a break to occur in the direction of the trend and then hope that volatility spikes and spikes in my direction, right? So, if you go back here on Burlington, you had a nice uptrend, and then you had the volatility quite tight. And then when it broke, you had a volatility expansion, you can see here, in the direction of your trend. So you had a good little place to take a trade as long as you had a way out there. So the benefit of buying the Anchored View app channel is you have a bunch of scans for, let's just do this is one of my favorite, the pullback from a large volume spike here. So you have these scans, and also when you click on them, it will auto draw. I'm having a little bit of an issue with my uh, pre-alpha version of Trade Ideas that's not allowing these things to draw for me, but I'll draw them in because when you purchase it, because you're not going to be on this weird beta, they'll draw in the Anchored View app for you, which is all explained on the channel if you go there. Right, so this is looking for an Anchored View app from a big volume spike. So let's take off Bollinger Bands, right? So you can see it drew the Anchored View app. It's right here, but for whatever reason, it's not drawing. Again, it's a issue we'll have fixed, and it is fixed. If I go back to the version you guys are using, it'll work fine. But it's basically saying, okay, there was a big volume event right here on this day on CZR. So if I click on that, that's where it will draw it from, and saying, hey, you're pulling back into there. So that's the advantage, is you get scans that are scans that I've worked together with Brian to build from his book. And then you also get the fact that they will be drawn for you. I personally very much like the large volume, because that shows me there was some sort of news event that occurred, and that to me is a smart place to anchor when a big news event occurs, because it's like, okay, well, something happened on this day. Go, for example, right? There's something big that happened on this day, right here, right? This was a massive volume spike, earnings or some sort of event or whatever, but something big happened on that day, and we're pulling back to that Anchored View app there as well. So, and yeah, it will be drawn for you. I just need to, and that actually reminded me. Thank you. I got to make sure that that Dev knows about this. Got to make sure that error is reported in my. It's the kind of a bit of it's the bit of a pain of being a beta tester. Some of the features that I really, really like, there's times that they just don't work very well, right? So, but yeah, so then, right, if we kind of combine, I guess, everything we were talking about, and let's get AV apps, and let's do, we could just do the basic pullback. Or, no, there's one that I think would fit the example good that I saw there. Select strategy, AV app, volume spike. So this AMTU is interesting. So it must be drawing the VWAP from one of these volume spikes. Here, I can actually check. indicators. I think that's February 14th. Yep. So a big volume spike here, and it's pulling back to the anchored VWAP from this top side. So let's just combine everything. Let's remove the volume, and we can add the Bollinger Band width right there. And we can draw a anchored VWAP from the high. Right, so this is what would be considered a pinch, right? We know that this anchored VWAP from the top, it's been resistance right here, and it's been resistance right here. So we have some proof that this is acting as resistance. We have it pulling back to this major volume spike that occurred right here at these lows, and that's acting as support here, 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 and here. So we know this is acting as support so far. We know this is acting as resistance so far. And we know that the volatility is mean reverting, right? So we're trending. The pullback, right? So we have this big push up, and then we're pulling back. So we're obviously in an uptrend. The volatility is mean reverting to near zero here. So the right volatility is tiny, tiny, tiny compared to what it was way back here. So you could say, right, if you're someone who wants to wait for this anchored VWAP to break, that's quite a distance, but you could say, okay, I'm going to keep this one on watch, knowing that I'm waiting for it to, start to trend up or break that anchored VWAP. If you're someone who just wants to use support and resistance, you could say, well, we have an obvious level of resistance, sitting right in this area, and then a pretty obvious level of support sitting right in this area where the anchored VWAP is. So a pretty simple trade plan on something like this would be if we can break this upper trend line, right, break this area, call it $29, give or take. I'm going to bet that this, whatever caused this massive spike, is going to continue higher. So I could buy that 29 break. My stop go at 27.50, which would be below this area. So then you're risking $1.50 a share. So what's the chance you think you get to like $34, which would be $2? No, $32, which would be $3 a share, which is kind of right here, because that's your 2-to-1 risk reward. If so, right, trade it. So that's kind of how you could take a look at something like that. For day trading or longer term, what's a good beta number? There's no good or bad beta numbers. So beta is the breakdown of two mathematical sides of the equation that create beta is volatility compared to the S&P 500, and then correlation to the S&P 500. So trading something high beta is essentially just meaning you're trading something that is correlated to the S&P 500 but more volatile than the S&P 500. And something low beta is saying it's either uncorrelated from the S&P 500 or more likely less volatile than the S&P 500. So, higher the better if you want crazy volatility, and lower the better if you want less volatility and more trend. For me, it's not a number I look at all. Right? You can see volatility on the chart pretty quickly, just over time. Especially if you keep your chart the same size and just the numbers that show up. I would rather measure volatility as opposed to beta. I would much rather do it with average true range, which is just showing how much does the stock normally move on any given day, averaged out for 14 days, right? So we're here on CrowdStrike, and this is the ATR indicator. So it's showing that the stock will move $12 a day. You look at that and you say, well, a $300 stock moving $12 a day, that's not crazy by any means. But if you take what's QURE is the crazy one of the day, right? You take this one, and this is, as volatility has been getting lower and lower and lower, but you see this kind of massive volatility spike today. Um, that makes a lot of sense. That, hey, this is something I want to be day trading. Of course, you could also just see this candle, right? See it from the low of and the high, and say, hey, this candle is huge compared to all these other candles. But for day trading, I would say relative volume should be a big focus. All right, relative volume of 180 is saying that it's doing nearly 200 times its normal volume, or like 20,000% normal volume, or 2,000%, no, 20,000% normal volume. That's going to tell you more than anything that this is going to be a somewhat volatile asset that will be good for a day trade that's in play for me. And anything over like 10 times normal volume, is going to be pretty wild, right? So ATR is a good one. That Bollinger Band width could be a good one, but for day trading, I'd say relative volume is king. It doesn't matter if your security is volatile, which just means it pings around, goes up and down a lot. What will really make that security move is if it's in the news and people care about it, and something that's doing a large multiple of normal volume is going to be, just kind of by definition, it's going to be interesting. It means that more people are trading it, right? So this QURE, 200 times the amount of people are trading this right now than would on a normal day. So that's a security that if I'm a day trader, I'm gonna certainly take a look at. An incredibly volatile security that's doing next to nothing in volume doesn't help me, right? Because that volatility is probably due more to illiquidity than people really giving a crap about the company today. This will probably go back to the crap hole in which it came, from a day trading standpoint, where it just only moves a little bit. If we take this ATR and instead of 14 days, just go 1. So this is just going to tell us the average true range on any day, right? You can see that this is the most volatile day in, well, all of the data we have here ever since this massive gap down. This is the most volatile day in the security since this big gap down. So that combined with the volume would tell me, okay, this is something that I want to take a look at as a scalper. Right? Relative volume is 14-day average. But it does something special, where as opposed to it's not just comparing the volume done today to the average day, because that's a bad metric, because if you're at the beginning of the day and you're comparing it to a day in which has ended, right, you're already behind. If in the first minute of the day, right, yes, the average daily volume could be based on 30 days, but the amount of days we go back to calculate the relative volume, that could be the other one, where the is you got to think with relative volume, there's 2 calculations. So what we do is we take the average daily volume and we split that up into 15-minute intervals. So right now, when we are looking at QURE, it is say 1 o'clock Eastern, roughly. We're saying as of 1 o'clock Eastern, over the last 14 days, this is doing 200 times normal volume. Whereas average volume is comparing the volume now to a completed day of volume. Hope that makes sense, right? It's not fair to say, hey, this security isn't doing much volume when it just opened comparatively to what a closed day was, right? 6.5 hours of trading versus 1 minute of trading, where what we do with relative volume is we just compare apples to apples. So we compare, in this case, it'd be 3.5 hours of trading to 3.5 hours of trading on the average day, which makes the math way more complicated to do in real time. But it's worth it because otherwise, again, you get these incomplete calculations that don't do a lot. Now, the average volume on QURE is going to be insanely high as well, because even if you compare it to an average day where most people don't care about this stock versus today where everybody is focused on this stock, it's still going to be a big number change. But yeah, relative volume is just way, way, way more precise when it comes to kind of what happens. The year to date AVWAP is going to be fixed in the next beta update. So make sure you're paying attention to your beta versions for trade ideas, because when that next one launches, they had found the issue, they'd fix the issue. So that's just going to go out on the next one. One second. Speaking of, one of the devs got back to me. So wants a couple things help about. We'll grab that for him. And again, this that we're dealing with is just mine chart source. I may have even seen the issue. Yeah, so relative volume, I think, is a really cool calculation. And if it was me, and this is one thing that I can definitely tell you that the AI looks at, is that's if I'm a day trader, I am never seeing a stock that has done less than 5 to 10 times normal volume. Like all of my scans, I'm putting like a 5 RVol on it because I just don't care, right? If you are not doing a lot in the way in volume, I am just not interested in you today. And some swing traders will even take a look at it, right? If we go back to NVIDIA, I've never seen any numbers that really confirm this for me. But what they'll do is they'll look at a volume on the breakout, and they'll want to see some relative volume come in on this breakout. Just to make sure that that what they're doing and what they're looking at, there is some interest, I guess, for lack of a better term, behind the actual breakout. And that makes sense to me, right? That's logical anyway. It's not something that I'm super interested in, but a breakout to me is a breakout. I'm more looking for a close. But yeah, I'm very interested in price, but I get the idea, right? If you have a breakout that occurs on increased volume, it gives people a little bit more of a comfortable feeling to say, okay, if we put this back on and we'll remove that. I don't like indicators on my screen. That's why you'll see me always take them off. They could say, okay, this breakout on NVIDIA happened, and it happened, on quite a good volume bar here. So now I'm interested in this name as it breaks out. But then I look at it and I say, well, this breakout occurred and the volume wasn't anything significant, and you still had a great month move off of it. So for me, for me, it's just the price. And this is why I always talk about when I come here that I haven't really looked at the market so much, because I spend my mornings doing other non-market related things, so that when something happens in the market, then um, I can pay attention to that, but only if it happens on the close, right? And so what would happen is a lot of people probably bought Nvidia today off the open, and then got kind of faked out here as it came down to the close. And if we close even lower than this, then it could be a real bad time for people. Then there we go. Yeah, so you know, yeah, that could suck, right? But the trade-off that I have is that if I'm ever looking for something to have broken out, if we go to like TI strength, we'll probably find something, and I wait to the close, it means I got to be okay with missing a lot of things, because let's say the other thing happened in Nvidia, right? Well, this one, for example, right? Say I was waiting, I wanted to see a break. I don't know, NVIDIA is a better example. NVDA. And let's say I was waiting for a breakout of this level that you can see we've been struggling on. And let's just say there was just, this massive push higher, and then we close like way up here. Like, I'm not going to buy it there, even though I was looking for a breakout of that level and a close above that level. So the way I look at it is I am more okay with missing trades, but I know what I'm the trade-off for, lack of better, no pun intended, the trade-off is that I'm going to miss a bunch of stuff. And that's, as age as old as time when it comes to, you got to figure out what works for you, right? It's the whole, do you wait for any sort of confirmation of the break, or do you just buy the break? Again, I will probably be accurate a little bit more than somebody who just buys the second it breaks. It just means also the other side of that. The other side of that is okay, right? So it's whatever makes you feel the best, whatever you think you can stick to. I always use the diet example, right? I could give you the most optimal diet in the world, but if you're not going to follow it, it doesn't matter. For me, I'm totally okay with missing stuff. I'm fine, right? Like, that sucks. That's about all I get when I wait for the close and something's really ripped and I've been watching it for a while. But what I get in exchange is I get just more of a confirmation, right? So Snap is something I've been watching here for a week or so. About this candle is where it really caught my eyes, and I was looking for a pullback. This probably should have been the day that I bought this close right here, but I'm looking for some sort of continuation here on Snapchat, and this is the anchored view app from this really important high that happened right here, and this really important low that happened right here, and that those seem to be very interesting for the underlying stock, right? This kind of zone. So, oh, and we're back. Yeah, so this AView app right here, and then this AView app right here, right? So you can see how, this is resistance, this is support, this resistance, this support. I just want some confirmation we're going to move off it. So if I had just kind of chased this off the open as it broke through here, it looks like it's going to fake me out. But if we continue back up and hold here, then that's great. And the other thing I find just waiting for the close does is it makes my life mentally easier and more robust in that way, where all day I'm doing other stuff. I make YouTube videos, I I come on, talk to you guys. I'm on CNBC periodically, right? All this kind of stuff. And the at the end of the day, I'm just going, okay, you know, I'm waiting for this particular moment, and in this particular moment, I need to focus up, and I need to put all that other stuff behind, and then I just need to make sure that I'm placing trades at a time and in a way that makes sense, right? The exact opposite would be for day traders, right? If I was a day trader, I would either pick the open or the close, wouldn't matter which one, and just say, okay, this is my time to focus, right? So for day trading, it might be the first like hour and a half of the day. For swing trading, for me, it's like the last hour of the day that I'm focused on the market, and that's just my preference. But whatever style you have, whatever time you pick, just make sure it's good focus time. So no, the AVUAP scans are not configurable, but they're sortable, right? So same with TI strength here. So if I just double click on any column, it will sort by that column. So if I just wanted cheap stocks, I can just double click on that and it will give me cheap stocks, and vice versa. And then other than that, you just kind of use your eye to say, okay, I'm not interested if XYZ occurs. Oh, that's a downtrend. This is a scan I go through every day, and it's been a little bit. It's an IPO scan that's looking for IPOs in the top end of their range. And again, the reason I love those, what I talk about with SMR, is that if you're an IPO and you're at the high of your range, there's no bag holders, so you can kind of get involved there. So I like to go through this periodically and say, show me stuff that's in the high end of this range and looks like it's holding strong. So like ARM looks great. WGS is very interesting here. If we had a close up here on WGS, I might actually take some. So yeah, you can definitely feel from a swing trading point of view the summer doldrums occurring. Yeah, this $30 on this WGS looks interesting. It's a genetics company. Health intelligence. Fancy. Applying AI and machine learning to multi-dimensional longitudinal clinical and genomic data. Man, all the buzzwords in there. But good looking stock. I mean, whatever quackery they're talking about, it seems to be doing fantastic this year. You slap AI into anything and you've got a multi-billion-dollar business now. Mama is an IPO. It's interesting. Mama's Creation. What do they do? Meat processing. How are they putting AI into their meat processing? Beef meatballs, turkey meatballs. Well, there you go. Long meatballs. Nice little breakout. You can see I already have an alert for this one pulling. If it pulls back into this, $7 area might be a place to take a shot. Yeah, bullish meatballs, I guess. Also interesting, right? That $7 kind of getting close to lining up with the anchored VWAP from this earnings candle right here. Reddit. I keep forgetting that Reddit's a company, but it looks pretty good. So IPO'd here, undercut its IPO price. There's some statistic out there that it's 80, I'm trying to remember, it's 80 something percent of stocks undercut their IPO price. So often, what may make sense is they break through that IPO price. The another scan that we have in the anchored VWAP channel is we'll actually draw the anchored VWAP from the IPO price. And this seemed to be important when it broke above and came back down to test it and then pushed off it. That might have been the area to take a look at Reddit and to buy that IPO price. But starting to look like could be, cup and handily, your big cup there. And if it digests this for any length of time, it could be interesting to push higher. That's a wild short float for an IPO in particular, 23% short on Reddit. So if that breaks higher, that could get crazy.
Michael's got the sniffles.
Yeah, I do. I got 2 kids.
Kid, blame it on the kids.
Well, the one of them is a daycare is always you show up and he's like licking a toy that's been licked by probably all the other kids there. They're disgusting little creatures. Quickly, just to answer the IPO question, if you open up a Market Explorer window, you go to Select Strategy. We have a couple IPO strategies.
I think he was looking for a list of the IPOs, though.
Well, you could just grab these, right? Because it's
all
of them, right? Okay. But so this one essentially just sorts them by how we define IPO. I think anything 2 years or less, how close it is to its all-time highs. That's just so. If you want to do the opposite and you want to buy IPOs that are at all-time lows, you could. I don't think I'd recommend it, but to each their own. The other one is essentially just stocks, and this is filtered. So this will have less in them, but it's names that are very close to their IPO price, right? So this is the IPO price for this CDP, and you can see it's right there. So this is obviously way shorter, and it's filtered. But yeah, it's filtered by stocks that are close to that IPO price because some people have a very common trading strategy would be, something like this Webtoon Entertainment. IPOs right here, as I said, 80% of stocks undercut their IPO price. If you buy it as it goes back through its IPO price, that might be an interesting place to take a trade. So that's what this one will do, is just find things that are near that price, and then you can just use your eyes to see if it's setting up with that kind of pattern. So that's the IPO question.
All right, Mr. Naus. Naus. You should be called. It should be Naus. It should not be Nos.
You tell the Germans that.
Yeah.
Write them a letter.
Okay. All right, my friend. We'll see you next week, and thanks for filling in. And have a great rest of the day.
Awesome. Talk to you soon.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, guys. I've taken over. Screen is taken over. SNGX, guys. Oh, well, last time I saw it, it popped up to 11:30. Boy, this is a whippy one. Let me get back into the other room. Okay, guys, I'm back in both rooms now. Just talking about this SNGX. Looked like it was ready to run again, and then it just pulled right back down. And let me get my music going. Yeah, I don't know about that. Oh, shady. I mean, look at the market. I know you were thinking market. That's it for the market again, but resurgence again. Now, 1 o'clock. I guess is that anything to do with the bonds or the notes, William? I know that was something happening at 1 o'clock. Some kind of an auction. What was it called? It was called the results of the $58 billion 3-year note auction. So obviously, whatever happened, I don't know if that had the impact. I don't know if that is the reason for this spurt. So guys, I was talking just before I took my break, I was talking about the QURE, and I know it's pulled back somewhat, but boy, what a nice break over 6. Even if you missed it early from the AI at 567, that little break over 6, and it got way up here at 665. Now, the one I'm kind of watching for, I don't know if it's going to break down though. Yeah, it might not. CC, it showed up on the gap up in reverse right here. Look at these two here though, guys. Remember I was talking about the HELE. This is a gap down. This was a gap down in reverse. The alert was at 63.99, and before it pulled back at all, that almost put on $2. Remember, the alert was at 63.99, and it got up to, before it pulled back, 65.85. And here's another one, Heartland, HTLD. The alert was at 11.55 before it pulled back, got up to 11.83. I mean, these are really nice little moves. And again, you can have this. This is from the gap continuation or reversal scan. And so that's why I was looking at the CC. And that's why I have an alert down here in case this is just a momentary pull-up and it starts to move back down and starts to take this out. Because look at the room it's got. You know, it got down to, it has down to about 22. If it, well, there's the next low. So we don't have to worry about chart support. Okay, now the other thing I'm waiting on, maybe the ATHA. This is just before I took my break. Started to move a little bit, then it pulled back, but it has come right back up. So I'm going to reset my alert now for 322 on the ATHA. You know, another little bio, guys, ABCL. So the next high looking left, I think it's got some room. Yeah, 290. No, it doesn't. Sorry, it does not have room. 298 is the next high, so it doesn't really have any room. Meanwhile, I was almost set, believe it or not, to maybe take the zap. I thought it maybe was going to take out the high of the day. It got up to that high of the day, 1568, and then it just dropped, like sank badly. Okay, guys. Well, there it is again. SNGX right back up to the highs, right back up and exploding through. And exploding through that high right there of $12. And it is going to get halted. It will be halted. I'll guarantee it. I'll stake everything I own that it's going to get halted. It didn't get halted. I don't believe it. Well, it's because it was stuck at 1368 and 1369 for about 5 seconds. I thought for sure that's got to get halted. Yeah. Now, the next high, I mean, it's approaching it. 1492 is the next high. Unbelievable. And look at the volume that came in. See, it's all about the volume. I mean, the volume was drifting down, 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 down. Look at the price down, down. All of a sudden the volume comes in, boom. Now, maybe keep an eye on the ZVSA, guys. ZVSA, maybe that'll have a big spurt here. ZVSA, got up to what, 543, that falls all the way down to 4. Maybe if it takes out that 471, I'll stick an alert around 475. I want to see if it can clear these two candles, these 2 15-minute candles. Keep an eye on the ATHA, guys, if it takes out maybe that 323 mark. And there's the ZVSA trying to move a bit. So this could have been a bit of a VWAP play, okay? The ATNF, you see what it did? It got right into the VWAP, 328, 348. ZI. Zoom info, yeah. Yeah, I guess it's got room to 13 before it hits those highs. As traders circulate some kind of a rumor, an unconfirmed M&A blog comment suggesting the company is seeing takeover chatter. So that's the reason for Zoom, ZM. So it's very, or ZI, sorry, ZI, not Zoom, Zoom info. So ZI. Boy, look at that HLIO. I wish I had done what I thought I might do. I didn't do it. So it doesn't count, but take it on the 40 break. I really thought this might have a big collapse with that CEO being put on hold, but it really bounced nicely. Still down 11%, 11.5%, but so the two I'm looking at, ATHA to see if it breaks out on some volume, and also the ZVSA if it breaks out on volume. I have some price alerts set already for both of those. All right, NIVF guys, NIVF, cheap one, really cheap one. Yeah, I'm not that interested. Look what happened. It got up to basically that high right there, 124. Well, guys, there's Arlo. Now, Arlo had a nice pullback. Okay, nice pullback, but it's above that original alert price of 15.59. That happened at 9.46. It pulled back. All right, guys, ATHA maybe at a very interesting level right now. Okay, I still don't see the volume coming in. Look at HLIO now, over 41. I have to resist the urge to take it. Yeah, this NAAS is just, I call it sneaky, from 2 to 279. When I was looking left, I kept seeing all these little areas that could stall. Didn't stall at all. Doesn't have to happen, of course, just because I see little areas where there's highs looking left doesn't absolutely mean that they're going to stall there. But hmm. Yeah, you're right, William. Look at this. Now we had a red bar. So that red bar here got wiped out by a couple of green bars, but now we're getting a big red bar. Wild action now in the SPY. Okay, maybe this is affecting, you see, CC may be too tied into what the market's doing. Look at the couple of green bars, now red bar, red bar. I was hoping that CC would be more trading on its own, but it doesn't look like it is. So while I would like to take that CC short, there's no, I mean, the market could just turn around and put in a giant green bar too. So I don't like to take things that look like they're too tied into what the market's doing. Okay, guys, take one last look at my homepage and what you can find, okay? Okay, guys, oops, wrong one. Just give me a moment. Okay, on my homepage, click on my homepage link. This is what you're going to find, as always, at the very top. Now, this code is not right. They're going to change it. I just talked to the gentleman. Usually he should have done it by now. But anyway, he's wrapped up doing other things. So Barry 15, though, is the promo code. You can't use Barry 25. It has expired. So you must use Barry 15. You'll get 15% off the first month only or the entire year. And as always, use my code, whatever code it is, use my code, please, because that'll help to keep both of the rooms free, YouTube and the main room. Okay? You do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. That's another thing you must do. Download and install. First startup and login, 10 short videos, introduction to scans, top list windows, alert windows. First thing you must do. Okay? It's a software program. There's a bit of a learning curve. Try to cover all the major topics in very short videos. Trading 101, if you're new to trading, if you're in our YouTube room between 12 and 1, Michael Noss is the one who put this series of videos together. And it's all free. Stock of the day video that I do, it is free also. You can sign up for it. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the markets open every Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here. And then if you're looking for my scans, when you click on my homepage link, just scroll down a bit. Middle section, here are the scans that I am currently sharing, including these 3 races that you see. And there is the very, very active Pulse resumes today. And you'll hear me talk a lot now about the don't repeat, continuation or reverse right here. And the only other scan, well, I've got this one up. This is more for, I don't want to say entertainment purposes, but when things get a little bit slow, there's a lot of action in this momentum scan, and it's right here. But I do have other scans that I'm sharing. You can just take a look at them if you want. If any questions, just don't be shy, okay? This is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So again, if you have questions, don't feel you're interrupting me, and don't feel that your question is, I hate to use the term stupid or something like that. Please don't. We all started out new trading at one point. Boy, this ZVSA, guys, I mean, it is like a cold spring, sort of. You can just kind of see all it needs is some volume. Well, I mean, it needs some volume to come in and just push it through all this. Well, SNGX looked like it's going to try to take out that high again. I mean, you think it's far enough away, but that's 1430. I mean, it's only 50 cents away, 60 cents away. And the way this thing moves, I wonder if Adam F is taking a look at this. Anybody seeing anything from him today? Looking at this news that SNGX came out with. I know it doesn't comment on everything, but you'd think he might comment on something that's up 600%. Okay. I know he doesn't comment on everything. And we just took out the high there. How about 600%? So, I mean, there is the high, guys. I mean, it's 1492. I mean, if it takes out 1492, the next high is 1568, the next high 1920, and then way over here 32. I'm not saying it's getting get to any of these areas, but it's amazing the run it's been on. Never been shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, which is probably an excellent thing. Yeah, well, of course, William, it makes sense. I mean, if there are not a lot of shorts available for a stock, you're not going to get a lot of that downward pressure. Now, on the other hand, if it's a short squeeze, a lot of shorts available and the stock is getting squeezed and people having to cover their short position. I mean, there's that also. But that's why I always, check to see what sort of short availability there is at Interactive Brokers. It's a decent gauge. It's not the only gauge, of course. Just because EIB doesn't have shorts does not mean your broker, your meaning anybody who's listening, does not have shorts available. Ooh, excuse me. This is now halted on the way down. So hopefully nobody got crazy on this, but just got halted on the way down now, SNGX. ATHA is still kind of hanging in there. Keep an eye on this KYMR, guys. I mean, if it takes out, what does it got right here? 40.55. I mean, it's got a little bit of room still. Takes out 39.63. The next high in the weekly chart is 40.55. So I'm going to stick a price alert in that area and see if it takes it out later on in the day. It's been a really nice one from RAI. Okay, so I'm not convinced about the CC. I wish I were more convinced because it's got a lot of room. A lot of room. 22 anyway. 22.76 to short. Okay, so William's going to close the room at around 4 o'clock. Thank you, William, as always. So I'll be taking off in about an hour, guys. And William, though, that'll be 2:30 or so Eastern time. William will keep the main room open for another hour and a half till about 4. YouTube has to shut down, though, but I'll put the main trading room link into YouTube if you want to keep talking about trading. All right, let's see where this one could open. SNGX, as we're waiting on, I'm waiting on something maybe to happen with the ATHA. Not too far down below the halt price, $11, sort of right at the halt price. Of course, this doesn't have to open here. And if you're seeing this for the first time, this is from Interactive Brokers, time and sales from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas. This telling me the halt price. There's a symbol, SNGX, halted at $11. And then potential of the open, the potential of the open. Okay. Any good trade today, Barry? I had a nice one, NKLA early on a nice short. I've done some other things completely on my own that I haven't talked about, so I'm not going to talk about them now. But but the NKLA, I did talk about that one. That was a nice short. I do things on my own. I do things on my own. All right. So where did it open? SNGX. Eesh, that's not good. Got halted at 11, got all the way back down to 950, 954. So did they do a filing? Did they actually do a filing, SNGX? I don't see it. Okay. I'm not, I'm sure you guys are right. So they did when you say a filing, a financing? Yeah. So I'm trying to figure what you guys meant. Was that a filing or like a financing? A financing. Okay. Thanks. So they did a midday financing, my favorite thing for a company to do. Do you have a price at $6? $6. So, wow, they couldn't take quite. I mean, yeah, that's where it kind of opened at 6. So 700,000 shares at 6. Okay, so raising about $4.4 million. All right, well, it is what it is, guys. Not shortable again for me at Interactive Brokers. Actually, oh, wait a minute. No, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. No shorts available. Interactive Brokers. So, guys, I still have my eye on the ZVSA just in case some volume comes in. You can see right here. I mean, this is the key area to get through, but look at the volume. You can hardly see it. See how it's just dwindled? The only good thing is that it's kind of holding in the area on no volume. You can see if we get some volume coming through, takes this out here about 1475 on some volume, could have a very quick run, but be careful of the float because of the float. Well, there's Arlo, guys, on the move still. I mean, it's 93 million in the float. So it's not a low float or anything, but certainly from the original alert on the gap and go, which was right here. So it gapped up, it pulled back, and then it's going again. Shoot. Give me one moment, guys. Aha. Okay, so I have a question from our YouTube room about finding stocks that have consolidated intraday. I've tried using doji alerts, but I think it's clamping down too much on potential setups. Well, I don't have a specific scan, okay, but I don't know if you've tried this. There's several things you might be able to do, okay? So I'm going to right click on this alert window, configure. Now we do have, again, I don't know if you've tried this, but if I type in consolidation, so here are some breakouts, 5-minute, 10, but here's some, so here are some consolidation breakouts on different time frames, okay? And this is a consolidation alert right there. I have not tried it in almost forever, okay? The other thing you might want to do is take a look at the range filters. Okay, so you might want to restrict, I don't know what time frame. Okay, 5, 10, 15, 30. Well, okay, we've got 5, 15, 30, and 60. You might want to say restrict the range to a fairly, so if you use this 5-minute range in percent, put a max, that you want it to be, if that makes sense. So you're really restricting the range. You can try this, if that makes sense. So in other words, if I were going to use the 15-minute range, and so I would say, okay, well, that's dollars, but let's get to the percent. It's easier to explain probably. So you might say, okay, I don't want that 15-minute range to be more than 1%, as an example, okay? But as I say, you've got the different time frames. You wanted 5, 10, 15, 30. So we've got 5, 15, 30. And try it. I can't guarantee, it's going to work exactly the way you want it to do, but it will work at restricting the range, that's for sure. Yeah, hopefully it gives you something, CR, that makes a little bit of sense for you. Is there any functionality that you guys have that you were surprised is very underused? Personally, no. Everything, because I can only speak for myself, of course, CR. Everything that I use, I think, is pretty universally used. I mean, new highs of the day, new lows of the day, price ranges, things like that. So I really, no, I can't. Personally, I have no idea what might be that I would be surprised is very underused. And the other thing is, I'm not sure I would even know. For instance, I always use the relative volume filter. I can't tell whether or not it's underused or not. Really, I have no way of knowing that. That would surprise me. Okay, as an intraday trader, if everybody did not have the relative volume filter in some form. Okay, that would surprise me, but I have no no way of knowing whether that's the case. It would if it's underused. Uh, I'll tell you guys. I mean, I've been trading this one. Okay, the LBPH, and I missed my entry. Right here, I missed my entry. Actually, the 32 break is where I wanted it again. I have been trading this one. I actually held this one overnight. Got quite well on it. And sold everything, was waiting to try to get back in. Doesn't look to me, guys, that ZVSA, I mean, it may surprise me, but is going to do it. I mean, it's starting to pull back a little bit more. It's just the volume. I mean, you just see how the volume is just completely dried up. It's that simple. LGMK. Is this under $1? It is under $1. Ton of volume coming in. Low float, 2.2 million in the float. Ton of volume coming in for some reason. Guys, I'm just really waiting on ATHA. I want to see if it has a pop. It's consolidating nicely around that 320 mark. Yes, Devlin in our YouTube room. Can I show you how to backtest a strategy? Now, are you a premium subscriber, Devlin? Are you a premium subscriber? I'm talking to Devlin in our YouTube room. Look at that LPPH ticking me off. Okay. Well, now I'll show you how, okay? In our guide, in the user guide, which I'm going to give you, I don't backtest, just to let you know, but I will, I just want to put my homepage link in because the information I'm going to share. So if you click on my homepage link and then you scroll down until you see the education section, click here, and then click on the user guide. All right, and then where was it? Backtesting. Okay, so there is a whole section on backtesting, so you can use this as a reference. But let me just show you how you can start. So it all has to come from an alert window. Number one, okay, and it's pretty simple. You just right click and backtest strategy. And now again, I'm not going to go into any huge detail about all this, but you can pick your entry time, you can pick your stop time, you're going to have a timed exit, okay, risk management, all these things. There's advanced. Again, I'm not going to go into all this, but this is the simplest thing right now. You can pick a start time and again a stop time, and then you just click the simulate the buy. And I have no idea if it's going to speed. It's pretty quick, pretty quick. Usually you don't backtest during the day, okay? You do it after hours. So this is giving you an idea, okay? Now, somebody might say, well, why would I ever use this then? Because look at it, it's terrible. I don't care. I just want the alerts. All right. So, but this gives you a summary. And obviously, I mean, if you were to take every single trade that happened, which was 729 trades, it would be horrible. Okay. Now, let's say that it had been not bad, little equity curve moving a little higher. Okay. So this is, again, back testing is something that I don't do. I don't have the time, quite frankly, nor the inclination anymore. But when you can get into the optimization, and probably the simplest optimization is taking a look at the price range, okay, and checking to see, well, is there a price range I should just stay away from? And number one, a lot of losses, okay, or time. Time of day. Is there a time of day I should just stay away from? Okay. And that's kind of how you can go through a very simple optimization procedure, assuming that that when you did your back test that it was reasonable. And now what you're trying to do is improve on it. Okay. Now you see there are a ton of other filters. So sorry. Now here's where it gets, I would never do this, but I mean, you've got all these other filters that you can start to look at. Okay. These are all the filters that we've got. Okay. And that's where it gets really, I mean, you can try all these, but not all these, but you can try one or two and just see what it looks like. But if I were going to do an optimization, I would probably just look at time of day and price range. Just to start. But that's how you do it. I mean, that's in theory not in theory, that's how you do it. You just start off with an alert window. And of course, you can also do it on the short side if you want. Backtest the strategy, stimulate the sell, just stimulating a sell. And what happens though, when I first started trying to backtest back in 2010, I was excited about it. I had a couple of strategies that I was sure would work, and I wanted to check them out and maybe optimize them. I could never get them to work. When I say work, I could never get a nice equity curve, no matter what I did, which actually told me, well, you know what, this strategy, potential strategy that you think is so darn good, isn't. It isn't. So it actually helped to keep me out of things that I thought would really start to work. The other frustrating thing is that, even if you optimize the strategy and you don't want to curve fit it so much that you get down to, four trades would have worked over the last 90 days. Okay. With 100% return. Obviously, you don't want to do that. But the frustrating thing is that you can optimize something. You might hit on something and it might look pretty good. And then you start to run the strategy and you get some alerts and I mean, the whole idea of it really was for people who maybe wanted to auto trade their own strategies. The problem is that, a week later, the strategy may degrade based on market conditions or something. Who knows? I mean, it could be something else. And then you got to go back and tinker with the strategy again, trying to optimize it in a different way. If a person's got the time and the inclination, it's actually a lot of fun. But again, I have none now. But yeah, it's rarely, usually when you do it, it's done after the close. And you can backtest up to 63 days. So basically 3 months. You can also backtest it for swings. You can say, for instance, well, let me backtest again. So in the timed exit, you can say, okay, you can pick a time. Market open day after tomorrow, after six, you know what I'm saying. You can this is a slider. So you can actually, test it on swing trading. That's that market open or market close. Okay. You can play around. But definitely check out the guide. Okay. The guide goes into a lot more detail than I just did. All right, guys. Yeah, I mean, the CC is inching its way down, guys. Yeah. I think I had a price alert on the KYMR, but it must have, yeah, so it took it out. And I mean, it still has some room. My KYMR, sorry. 4055 has a little bit of room still. It's a big one from RAI today. A big week. I don't know what happened here. This was yesterday. I don't know if there's any specific news on it yesterday. No, okay, RLMD, the big day. I don't think I really saw this one earlier. Probably the volume was too low. That was it. The volume was too low. Volume is starting to pick up a little bit here, but the RLMD through the 200-day moving average. 374 is the 200-day. So it's basically right at the 200-day moving average. Okay, guys. ATHA. DYN, this was a big one a few days ago. DYN, Dyne Therapeutics, almost an all-time high. I guess the all-time high is up here a couple of days ago or a couple of weeks ago. 3660, that looks like the all-time high, 3660. So it's approaching it. Look at the, I never traded this one. I know Shady does it a lot. Let me take a look at the TQs. Halted. A 5-cent stock just got halted, guys. On the way up or down? Yeah, look at this. MacArthur Minerals. Okay, 3 Echo. Welcome, by the way, to Trade Ideas and the stream. All right, so can you see my screen? 3 Echo. Talking to 3 Echo in our YouTube room. So I'm sharing a lot of my scans, okay? Okay, so I am sharing a lot of my scans. So these are the ones you can see. Now, if I click on an alert right here, SISI, that's why it's bringing this up, okay? ENTO. So it should be fairly obvious. Any stock that I click on here is going to load into these charts, okay? Any one of these, anything you see on my screen, any symbol you see on my screen will load into these charts if I click on them. Okay. Now, what you can't see, and I'm not trying to hide it, it's just I don't want to overwhelm the room that I'm sharing with too many scans. Is this one? I'm relying a lot on this one. The don't repeat gap, continuation or reverse. There are 4 scans in here, so this is I'm relying on a lot on this one. And then this one is good for if you're looking for stocks that are really, really, super active, big volume bursts, is this one, the momentum scan. So that's what I'm doing. And you can have them. Okay. If you want them, you can have any one of the scans that I'm sharing. All depends on your trading style, of course. So for instance, if you click on my home page, yes, okay, from my home page. Okay, good. You've got it. So yeah, so just scroll down and then here are the scans that I'm sharing. So these are the 3 races that you see. There's the Halts resumes over here. And then there's the gap continuation or reverse is here. And then the momentum scan is here. Okay, right there. So that's what I'm looking at all day long. Then there's the odd time though. I have a bunch of thumbnail charts. Okay, I have, well, not a bunch. I guess I got how many now? Eight thumbnail charts. Sometimes I'll have something that's thumbnailed that I may have watched yesterday. It's not showing up on any scan, but I'm still interested. So this is why I'm fixated on the LBPH. For instance, I have this one thumbnailed on another monitor. So even though it's not coming up on a scan, I want to know about it. We also have a lot of scans here, okay? If you click on New and you click on Dock Channel Bar, all of these are theme-based channels, okay? So you have an explosive winners channel, opening range break, all these, and if I click on Show More, these are all the channels that we've got, and they all have, they're not necessarily alert windows, but let's look at explosive winners as an example. The velocity vault, I don't know this one, but if you're looking to see what this is all about, then you just open the top list and it'll tell you, because all races start off from a top list window. See, if I right click the top list window, launch it. So this race, if I click on configure, it's going to tell me, well, what stocks is it looking at? Pretty wide open. 50-cent minimum. Current volume is at least a little over 1, and the volume is 200,000 shares. Okay. And then the race is probably based on stocks that are moving the most from the start of the race. Let me go over racing. Okay. If you're new, and anybody, not just yourself, 3Echo, but anybody who is, the agony. I should be in this one around right here, 3250 or so max. So the races, great way to play pullbacks. You also see stocks near the highs or lows of the, here, highs of the day, and these ones, lows of the day here. But it can also be used for playing pullbacks. So this race is just about to be over. Okay, so the winner of the last race was this NAAS. And it has won 9 races now today. So how does it win a race? Well, now, first of all, in the guide, you can go to the TI stock race section. So you go to my homepage, click on education, and go to the guide. And there's a whole section on TI stock racing, okay? So I am now, and obviously you can customize the race you want, the way you want. I'm running 4-minute races. I picked 4 minutes. You can pick 5 minutes, you can pick 2 minutes, you can pick 10 minutes, whatever time frame you want. I hit on 4 minutes a long time ago, and I've just sort of stuck with it. So what happens is the race started almost a minute ago, and right now, COSM, somebody's saying there's some news on COSM. COSM has moved the most since the race started. It has moved, now you can see it's moved 6.22%. Okay. And you can see, wow, you can see this burst right here. Notice it did not win a race at all earlier today. And so this is how you can keep track of a stock that is really moving. Okay. Now, why am I seeing COSM though? Well, as I said, every race starts from a top list window. So if I open the top list window that this race is based on, notice what happened now with COSM. It pulled back a lot. So it is dropped out of it's not leading the race anymore. You can see it's just like any other race, guys. Just because a stock is leading after a minute or 30 seconds doesn't mean it's going to win the race. So all races, again, start from a top list window. So again, if I right click on this top list window and it says launch real-time stock race. So why are these stocks here? Well, if I right click and click on the configure, it'll tell me what stocks this is looking at. As long as the stock is between $1 and $50 and minimum 200,000 shares, and it's up at least 2% from yesterday's close, it'll be in this list of stocks. Before we had races, you could take a top list window, and it was it was a ranking way of looking at things. So in other words, if I wanted to see the stock that was up the most from yesterday, I could click on the change from the close column, as long as I had it as a column header. If I want to see the stocks that have moved the most since its opening trade today, I can click on the change from the open. Let's do it. So right now, it's telling me that AT&F moved 83% from the open, from its opening trade, and AAS 55%, and so on. Where is COSM? Can't even see COSM. Don't know where it is. See how it probably pulled all the way back. But the bottom line is this, but if you want to see a stock in this list that is really starting to move, you'll never be able to see it just by staring at a list like this, okay? And that's where the race comes in. Because the race doesn't care how much it's like the percentage it's changed from the open, if it's at the top or the middle or the bottom, it doesn't care. All it cares about is when you start the race, what one is moving the most. That's all it cares about. And then, and this is what I'm saying, you can create your own race, of course, because it's based on a top list window. You might look at this and go, well, I don't like that price range. Or you just, you can create your own price range. all the filters you want to use and run the race based on that. So the nice thing, though, is at the end of the day, not at the end of the day, during the day, and I'm trying to think of what time, maybe about 11 o'clock, you'll have a top 10 list made up of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. Obviously, pay attention to these. ATNF, as an example, you might look at this and go, well, okay, it's not near the high anymore, but maybe, especially if it came into, I don't know where the VWAP is, 348. If you were a VWAP player, if a person were a VWAP player and it was pulling back, there's the VWAP at 348. What if it hit the VWAP and bounced? Or maybe a moving average that you like. So this is why I'm saying you can use this also for playing pullbacks to areas that you like. Put a price alert maybe at a certain price that you like. This one, of course, the SNGX, they did a financing. So now, it's a little bit shaky. So these two races, this race, you'll see stocks that can, 4%, you'll see some stocks that can move pretty decent percentages, sometimes crazy percentages. These two, you more than likely will not, because what I did on these two, these are the large cap gainers. So I added a couple of filters here. I added a 500 million minimum market cap and a 50 million float in both of these. So consequently, you're not going to see stocks that have big moves, doesn't mean they're not worth looking at. So the same thing happens. Look at JMIA. I mean, this won 22 races today. I was talking about the KYMR, won 12 races today. These are stocks that, should be watched probably all day long. And on the downside, we've got EVTC. Look at this. Look at what a move. I wish I'd seen this one earlier. What a great short. So there's COSM again, trying to come back, but that was a pretty big pullback, 149 down to 128, but it is trying to come back. More than likely a low float, pretty low float, 16.4 million. This is a Greek stock, Cosmos Health. It's not a shipping company. And you can also run races or alert windows, anything you want based on your own watch list. If you have a bunch of stocks that you want to watch, now if I were going to run a race, I would want to make sure I have enough stocks. You don't want to race when you've got 5 stocks, in my opinion, anyway. Okay, but you can attach your watch list to an alert window or to a top list window, okay, to just follow the stocks that you want to follow. And again, in the guide, there's a whole section on creating a watch list. All right, guys, so I've got about 10 minutes left. Again, I'll always stick around if there are questions. What I'm going to do is put the main trading room. There is another room, in case anybody in YouTube may not know this, but there is another room that I call the main room. I call it the main room because a lot more action amongst traders, posting comments and stock ideas, etc. YouTube is, definitely not as active. But both rooms hear me and see my screen. So, you have a choice. So I put the trading room link in there because I do have to shut down YouTube. But the main trading room, when I leave, okay, the main trading room though will be open till about 4 o'clock. There'll just be no screen sharing and nobody's on the mic, but you can still talk or chat amongst yourselves, okay? You can't be talking about SPE, or am I? I have a shadow here. Yeah. Are you talking You can't be talking about SPE. Are you talking SRE? You can't be talking about SPE, right, William? I was thinking you were talking about some kind of a real estate trust, or. Well, you're saying SPE. Oh, are you talking about the SPY? SPY? Oh, you're talking the SPY. I'm sorry. Okay. You say you keep saying SPE nearing low of the day. So you're talking the SPY. Okay. So listen, guys, ZVSA may not be dead. I'd be watching this. When I take off, I'd be watching this to see if it takes out this 476 on volume. You can just sort of see. I mean, it's so easy to see. Look at ZVSA. Look at the volume here, and now look how it's gone to nothing. No interest right now. No interest. But we get a big volume burst. If it takes it through this, you never know. It might just accelerate. Aha! I do see IBIT. I see Bitcoin is now up $1,400 or so. So IBIT. So it sort of had a 3-day rally. You can see the 200-day moving average actually held it. All right, guys. I just got word that our I'm just looking now. I'm just getting word our contest is not going to be in July. It's going to be August. Okay, now I'm getting word. There is going to be the contest in July. Okay. I'm trying to get David. David Schulte. I'm trying to. It might be July the 19th starting. So Dave, Michael, I'm not a swing trader, okay? So, but let me take a look at it, okay? Yeah, I mean, I don't see anything on this SOPA. Okay, Dave, I really don't see anything on this SOPA that would make me want to swing trade it. I mean, unless you've got, you're bound to determine that you think you see something, you know something, because I don't see anything. I know it hit 139 this morning, but having said that, I almost hate to give my opinion on these sort of things because, tomorrow it could open at 2, right? So, but I'm just not a swing trader. I just don't see anything. Great relative volume. There's no question about that. I don't know if there's any news on this one today, but you can see kind of where it stalled right up here. Got up to these levels here and it just stalled and came right back. No, don't be sorry about being a newbie. But I just don't see anything that would make me want to swing this. Typically for me to, if I were going to swing something, okay, this is typically what I'd be looking for. Number one, I would want the stock to close near the high of the day. It doesn't have to be right at the high, okay? In fact, do I still have that? Let me see what if I still have that. I used to display it. I do. Boy, I did this a long time ago. So this is what if I were swing trading, this is just my opinion, of course. And this is a real chart, okay? This is not made up. This is a chart that I use as demonstration purposes, okay? So I would want to see, if I were going to swing it, I would want to see that there's enough room for it to keep moving before it hit the next high, either on the daily or the weekly chart, okay? Now this is this is a real chart. I can't even remember the symbol anymore. I think this is a daily chart. It is a daily chart, but this stock was at $3 and the next high is at 15. So obviously a ton of room. So the larger the better. I would always check to see where the 200-day moving average is. I don't want to have to worry about it coming into the 200-day moving average. That is certainly far enough away. But I would never, personally, I will never hold a stock through earnings. Okay, never. But the other thing I want is I want the stock to close near the high of the day. It doesn't have to be right to the penny. But you see, what I don't want it to have to battle. If I took this right now, then it's got a battle getting through that high of the day. I want it to close near that high of the day. And so that tomorrow it doesn't have to battle getting through that high of the day. And then with all those other aspects, room to move, the 200-day moving average is not in the way, not an earnings play. So consequently, SOPA, unless it came all the way back up here, up to that area, for me, it would not, That would be one thing. It just why I wouldn't take it. Now, again, nothing stopping this after hours, moving, opening tomorrow at 2. I mean, I don't know. It would probably have to have some pretty decent news. It's a low float, 1.9 million in the float. So anything can happen. All right, guys, are there any other questions? Again, I can stick around if there are questions. Otherwise, I will get out of here. Let me do a little bit of trading on my own. All right, I don't see any questions. Okay, so I think I'll head out now, guys. So again, thanks for all the help. I will put myself on mute now in the main room and stop. And well, first of all, I'll stop the screen sharing in the main room. And then I'll mute myself in the main room. And again, tomorrow I'll get on the mic at 9 o'clock Eastern time in the morning. And then YouTubers, I do have to shut you guys down because, you know, there's nobody's going to moderate you. So I can't let you go. Without any moderation. Okay, so guys, I'm shutting down the stream.